辖区下的单一网路，主持人是蔡志宏评长。那我们就把时间交给蔡评长，请掌声欢迎，谢谢。
Ladies and gentlemen, and all our distinguished speakers, good morning. This session is one word and one internet, and we'll the topic of TWIGF 2020 is one word and one internet. And our session is one internet in several jurisdictions in one word. You can compare these two topics, and you can find that there's a question mark put in one word and one internet. And why we put the question mark there, that is, I think that is because there's so many jurisdictions in one word. And different jurisdictions makes different law and regulations. That makes it difficult to keep one internet. And today we are so glad that we have such kind of chance to get together to discuss this topic. And before we our distinguished guests start their presentation, I would like to make a brief introduction to our topic. Would you please? My slides. Oh, already there, okay. Okay, and I would like to introduce what we are going to discuss and what kind of point of view that we could present. Next page. Oh, 在这边. Okay, the key point of our topic is about the jurisdiction. Jurisdictions make people in different places have a different kind of different way of life. If you are the people from nation A go to the place of nation B, there's a border regulation. Even the goods and the money, like that we have anti-money laundering regulations. But interestingly, that if we get the data from other country, that it seems that there's no such border regulations. When you browse the website in other country, you will not find any regulations when you are browsing on the internet. It seems that the internet is born to be without borders. But is it really true? Actually, it is not necessary to be so. I'll share you one story about the initial top-level domain name. The drafted memorandum of initial top-level domain name, there are several top-level domain names. Only .arpa, .ddn, .gov, .cor, There's no country or border idea involves. I'm sorry, here's one wrong spelling. And what is the response of average to such initial top level domain name? there's one man who called Mark Horton. He said that without exception, they, especially the people outside the United States, all want the top-level domain names to be based on geography and international boundaries. And this story is in Mr. Muller's books, Ruling the Root. And I'm so happy that he's here today. And maybe he can say more about this story. And we can see that the response from the average people, they think, at that time, they will think the internet should be, there should some something like country borders in the internet. So just imagine if there's a word without GTLD and plus immigration control on the data, internet data flow, and it is not like the internet today we used now. But luckily, at the final version of RFC 920, it was drafted by John Postel in 1984, October. So finally, the initial top-level domain name are three kinds. The first one is temporary, is .arpa. The second is categories, .gov, .com, and .mil, and .org. And there's also CCTLD, and it was borrowed from the ISO 3166. So today we have the general GTLD and the CCTLDs, so we can keep the internet in one. But there's still some way to hampers, or it could break down the one internet. The first one is Great Wall. To set up a Great Wall on the internet to filter in all the content. Some countries does so. And the second one is disconnection. If some countries think that the internet is threaten their nation's safety, maybe they will disconnect the internet. And I remember that the Supreme Court in India, it said that maybe it is against the human rights protection. So today we also have an expert on international human rights, Professor Xu. And the next is law and the regulations with extraterritorial effect. It's a classical kind that could help the one internet, because different law and different regulations all apply on one internet. There may be some conflict on it. And the next, maybe the war. If we start a war and the internet maybe break down. And today we also have an expert on law of war, Professor Xu, Professor Tian. So let me explain why the law and regulation could make confliction in the internet. For example, like the ICANN WHOIS policy. Now all the ICANN community discuss these topics. And the GDPR in Europe, they think the past ICANN WHOIS policy is against the GDPR because people provide their personal data without a true consent. But in the US, here's the Assistant Secretary of Department, David said that if alternative solutions such as if the ICANN community cannot find a solution for the conflicts for GDPR and WHOIS policy. The alternative solutions such as call for domestic legislation. It means that the United States could make its own legislation for the WHOIS policy. Well, he said that the domestic legislation will only intensify and be considered. In addition, like China, they govern the internet not as the way we used to. They have a lot of law and regulations for the internet, like the Internet Domain Name Management Regulation. In this regulation, Article 31st, it provides that WHOIS service should be provided by registry. So you can see the conflict here. So what the ICANN community should go. So according to the discussion above, I would like to introduce our panelists and their possible perspective. And the first panelist is Milton Muller. It's been a little hesitation. I have to confess, I'm his fan. In my PhD dissertation, I cite a lot of his books. Today I bring those books here. Okay. I hope I can have his signature today. And he's the expert of experts in internet governance. So I'm so happy that today he can join us in the internet. And the next one is William Xu. He's the expert of international human rights. And he's also my classmate when I in Soochow University, pursuing my master's degree. I think that he can share a lot of international human rights law and connect it to the internet governance. And the third one is Professor Tian Liping. He's the professor from the University of Defense. I think that he's the only very few expert in Taiwan who studied in law of war. As everybody knows, that Taiwan has a very strange status in the international relationship. So there's only very few professors who study on this field. And we are also happy to have Professor Tian here with us. And the last one is Nicole Chen. He's the former chairwoman of NCC, National Communication Committee. And I believe she has the expertise of the public policy because of his experience and his position in our government. And she also very familiar with the internet industry. So today, we are so happy to have them to be with us. So, shall we begin? Okay, so the first one, I would like to invite Professor Muller to make your own presentation.
Well, here I am. Can you hear me? I can see myself on the screen now. Hello, everybody. Yes, I am absolutely delighted to be speaking before the Taiwan Internet Governance Forum. I am really would wish to be in Taiwan itself, of course. I was invited there, and of course, because of the coronavirus, we had to cancel all the physical meetings. But I understand that you're doing very well with the control of the virus, so I should have come anyway, right? Then I would have to spend 2 weeks in quarantine maybe, but that would be okay. I'd like to spend 2 weeks in Taipei or Taiwan. I think Taiwan is really at the center of the world attention now with respect to the future of the internet, because it's kind of standing in between the two world powers that are conflicting over internet governance, which is the United States and mainland China. And that's another reason why, what you do there is extremely important, because it shows that there can be a democratic and free China. Now, Henry Tsai hit on, I'm very pleased with the way he has introduced the topic, because he's talked about what is really the fundamental issue of internet governance, and has been the fundamental issue for many years, and that is the relationship between the global internet and territorial sovereignty, or what he calls jurisdiction. I prefer to focus on sovereignty because it's a more fundamental concept that underlies jurisdiction. And I take a historical approach to the emergence of sovereignty to try to understand what it means better. And I have been arguing now for some time that cyberspace is a sovereignty-free zone, that there is no sovereignty in cyberspace. This doesn't mean that there's no borders in cyberspace. The borders are technical. The borders are based on boundaries between different managed networks. But cyberspace is composed of the interconnections created by the Internet Protocol. That is to say, TCP and IP at layers 3 and 4 of the OSI stack. That we create cyberspace by everybody using these protocols and by using this consistent naming and numbering scheme. And those resources in that space is borderless and global. Now, it's very interesting. He brings up this issue of the early top-level domain discussions. And I think it is very interesting. It indicates that we did end up with kind of a mixed world in which we have these global top-level domains like .com, .net. And then we have a bunch of what we call country code top-level domains, such as .tw or .us or .de for Germany. But it's important to consider why, there was a suggestion that people outside the United States wanted to have country codes. But it's important to remember why that made people nervous back then in the early 1980s. And that was because you had a bunch of computer scientists who were basically running a data communication network, and they did not want to be put into the position of deciding who was a country. For example, if we had decided to allow the United Nations to assign country codes so that the internet would be bordered around national jurisdictions, you can be pretty clear that Taiwan would not have .tw, right? Because some very powerful governments would not recognize it as a national state. And that would be one of maybe dozens of other contested definitions of what is a country. And so they had a very explicit discussion of that in the early days. And they said, I don't want to be the person deciding who gets recognized as a country, as a nation in the world. So they chose this standard, the ISO 3166 standard, which had a list of two-letter country codes, but mainly they are territorial codes. They are not actual sovereign countries. For example, there's all kinds of two-letter codes in there, like .io for the Indian Ocean. There's two-letter codes for various islands around Europe and Australia, which are not really sovereign countries. So we ended up with this kind of strange mixed world in which some of our top-level domains stood for territories, and some of them stood for global categories like .com. But even if you think, country codes are good and interesting, it still doesn't really solve the problem of cyberspace governance, because for these country codes to exist, they have to be entered into a globally applicable, globally accepted root, the root of the domain name system. And that root, well, who does that belong to? Should it belong to one country, or is it a globally shared resource? The reason we created ICANN as a non-governmental entity, and the reason we eventually eliminated the US government's control over ICANN, was so that the domain name system root would indeed be an international, independent, and neutral administrative entity that would be shared and used by all nations on equal terms. So, we don't really have countries in top-level domains. We have names of countries sometimes, or we have abbreviations for country codes, but the borders of those, who can participate in those top-level domains could be anybody. Some of them are totally global, like .cc, and some of them are restricted to country residents, although that's actually not all that common. So I think we need to understand the internet and cyberspace as a shared global commons. It doesn't mean communism. It means that it's a space that is not owned and controlled by any one country. It's like the ocean, the high seas, which we formally recognize in treaty as a global commons with no sovereignty, or like outer space, where we have, again, a formal treaty that says there is no sovereignty in outer space. And it's been a very good thing for the internet that they created, really from the beginning, it was this global commons, which was not owned by any nation state. And that allowed all of this information to flow across borders and create all this freedom of expression. And that really disrupted lots of controls and forms of censorship. And of course, it created some problems too, problems that we are trying to control. But I think we can do that using global governance entities, non-governmental global governance entities, such as ICANN, or the platform rules and content moderation policies can be serving as the alternative form of governance. And there could be new forms of alternative governance that we can invent that would solve some of the problems that we face in cyberspace. So my concern is that if we think of cyberspace as a territory where governments have try to control their jurisdiction, we have governments are going to be competing for control of the internet. And there's only two things really that can happen when that starts to take effect. One is what I call the digital island, where governments basically cut themselves off from the rest of the world in order to maintain control over their information space. And the other is to have one global cyber sovereign, that is to say, a world government that is so big and so powerful that it can control everybody and everything that happens in cyberspace. And I don't think either one of those options is a very good one. I think what we want is this kind of loose and cooperative, networked form of governance that we have now.
郑雄执行长，那我们就把时间交给执行长，请掌声欢迎。
Okay, good morning. Thank you everyone to being here. This session is critical internet resources from technical and operation perspective to discuss the potential issue and threat to the critical internet resources. And today we have three panelists. One is Paul Wilson, APNIC Director General Paul Wilson. The second one is Fred Becker. He's the board member for Internet System Consortium. The last one is Paul Vixie. Paul Vixie also was previous chair for ISC. And right now, I would like to, starting from Paul Wilson, to give a short speech. Paul, it's your turn. Hold on. Okay, Paul, can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, hi, Kenny. Very happy to be here. Are we doing short self-introductions now, or are we doing the main presentation? I'm just wondering if I'm starting with the main presentation now. I'm quite happy to do that.
Yeah, you can start your presentation right now.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wasn't sure if we were doing some introductions to begin with, but very happy to make a start. I'll just share my screen with you, so you should be able to see what I have to say about critical internet resources. My mouse cursor has disappeared, so I'm just trying to work out how to do this. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Can you see a presentation now, Kenny?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, well, I'm sorry about that.
Actually, we have local backup. Do you want to do from here?
No, you don't have a backup of this file, no, I'm afraid. Now is that working? I think it is.
Okay.
Okay, so thanks very much, Kenny. I'm sorry about that small glitch there. Very happy to be here with you for the Taiwan IGF meeting. It really is an honor, and I hope that what I have to say about critical internet resources here this afternoon will be quite useful to you. I'm going to give, as requested, a summary of how critical internet resources appear from the perspective of the Internet Address Registry. So what we're really talking about here is the IP address, the Internet Protocol address, which is the fundamental Internet address on the Internet, and that's the number, the numeric address that every device that is connected to the Internet has got to have. So this goes way back to the IETF standard, which defines the Internet Protocol, being RFC 791 back in 1981, and that's where IPv4 was defined as the addressing mechanism for the Internet. An IPv4 address is a 32-bit number, so that provides you with what seemed to be a large number of addresses when it was first designed, 4 billion addresses. But of course, for today's Internet, it is not enough addresses. And so one of the things that I'll be talking about here is not only the IP address, but the transition from IPv4 to IPv6, which I think most people in Taiwan would be aware of. I hope most people in this meeting would be aware of that. In fact, Taiwan is progressing very positively and very well on the transition from IPv4 to IPv6. So I hope it would not be a new thing to anyone here. But in talking about IP addresses, there's an important thing to distinguish, which is the difference between an address as in an email address or a sort of generic internet address like a domain name and the IP address. So it's often a point of confusion between IP addresses and domain names, but they are quite different. We'll be hearing about domain names, I know, from both Paul Vixie and from Fred Baker. An IP address also has nothing to do with intellectual property, I'm glad to say. But very briefly, what the distinction between IP addresses and domain names can be seen here, where if you have a network that is connected to the internet, then it is connected on the basis of its IP addresses. But in accessing and connecting that network to the internet, then again, based on IP addresses, the process is one of advertising a block of addresses which is held by a given internet connected network. It's a process of announcing that address space into the internet, having the addresses added to the global routing table, and having traffic which is destined for your network, therefore being able to reach you. So that is all based on the use of IP addresses, in this case IPv4 addresses. And as I said, because what makes an IPv4 address or an IP address a critical internet resource is the fact that you simply can't connect to the internet without having addresses available to you and being able to use those addresses on your network and your devices. And once you have put your IP addresses, advertised your IP address block into the internet, then those IP address blocks are circulated through the routing system. The routes to those blocks are circulated through the routing system, and this helps to build up what we'd call a routing table, or in the words of current internet protocols, a BGP routing table, which again allows the autonomous systems or the networks on the internet to be able to reach you based on the IP address that you use. So again, without the IP address, you're not able to participate in the internet routing system at all. That's what indeed makes the IP address a critical resource. Something quite interesting is over the years how what we call the global routing table, that is the full collection of those IP address blocks which are being advertised into the internet, how that routing table has grown. And there have been various sort of crisis points or points of doubt where some uncertainty has been raised about whether or not the internet routing system can continue to cope with the growing routing table. But these days, we are approaching 900,000 separate routes to something like 60,000 separate autonomous networks on the internet, and the internet is continuing to function quite adequately to manage and to route all of the traffic that belongs to those networks. So just very briefly to illustrate, as I said, the difference between an IP address and a domain name. The domain name system acts like a telephone book or an address book for the internet, such that if you're sitting on a computer, for instance, and you want to know how to get to or you want to reach a name, such as the APNIC website, www.apnic.net, the way you do that is, or the way your computer does that, is to consult the DNS, the domain naming system. And the DNS responds helpfully with the IP address of the object that you're trying to get according to its name. And at that point, when you have that IP address, then of course you can communicate with that site that you want to reach. And again, once the domain name has been accessed and translated into an IP address, all of the traffic and all of your interaction with the site that you're wanting to reach is by IP address. A bit like the telephone book. Once you've looked up your name and made your phone call, the telephone book is no longer needed as part of your conversation. So I mentioned IPv4 addresses are coming to the end of their lifetime. There are very few IP addresses left available for allocation to new networks. There are addresses available only on what's a relatively recent advent of an open market for IP addresses. So those who would like to receive IPv4 addresses do have access to those addresses on the market, at a price, of course. But that's only a stopgap measure, because the internet continues to grow quickly. IPv4 addresses will certainly not last and are certainly not viable for the long-term growth and stability of the internet. And IPv6 is the successor to IPv4, and it really is the only viable option that we have now for healthy growth of the internet into the future. As I mentioned, Taiwan has done very well in recent years in its transition to IPv6, and the rest of the world is moving quite well towards IPv6 as well. And I'll show you some statistics of these of the current progress shortly. The problem, of course, with continued use of IPv4 addresses is this thing called network address translation, because the only way to connect to the internet if you don't have sufficient IPv4 addresses is to go through what's known as a NAT, a network address translation device, which allows multiple computers to share a single network address. But that's been referred to over time as a kind of a fog on the internet. It's something that does not allow you proper, fully fledged connectivity into the internet. And so as an option, it's certainly a second best way of connecting to the internet using IPv4. An analogy for the way these private addresses and network address translate, because you know the public address of the place that you're trying to reach, but calls coming back the other direction, connections coming back in the other direction need to go through a kind of an indeterminate protocol. You might, for instance, talk to an operator to get connected to the place that you want to go to, but it's kind of application dependent as to how you would get there. And when we get into the realm of what's called carrier grade network address translation, we really have a very much larger wide scale problem in terms of the connectivity that these devices have to the internet. And so I think the message that is well known by now in Taiwan is that it has to be IPv6 for the future of the internet, where our state of transition towards IPv6 is going fairly well. We are, as this chart shows, this is a chart from Google, which shows the use of IPv6 as they see it, and it's somewhere up towards 33% of all usage on the internet that Google sees is flowing through IPv6, and that's quite healthy. It's a growing trend. Something rather interesting in this graph is just how the IPv6, the average IPv6 utilization has gone up quite considerably with the COVID effect. So since something around January or March this year, sometime after January, you see that the bottom edge of that IPv6 usage chart has risen, and that in fact is. That bottom edge actually represents the weekday usage of IPv6, which in the past has been considerably lower than weekend usage. As people have moved to private and home use of the internet during the week as well, then we see IPv6 usage going up. And so we're heading up towards 33%. We'll be soon past 33%, or 1 in 3 people on the internet are using IPv6, which is very good news. APNIC has been conducting for many years now an IPv6 capability measurement, and it shows a slightly lower rate, but still above 25% of usage on the internet. This is of end user devices, the devices that we actually measure connecting to our measurement points. Something over 25% of those are IPv6 capable these days. So I think something about the sort of nature of IP addresses as critical infrastructure is interesting if we go back to where it all began. IP addresses have always been a critical central part of the internet's architecture, but back when the internet first began, I think the criticality of them, or the sense of IP addresses as critical, was somewhat less. I mean, what they used to say back in 1977, back actually in pre-internet days, but in those early ARPANET days, was that if you wanted to get some addresses, then or some numbers, as they said here, you simply contacted John Postel to receive a number assignment. That was according to RFC 739, and all of those number assignments went to wherever they were going to go. They were made from the IANA in California out to wherever in the world they wanted to go. Now, in 1983, that's when we adopted IPv4 as the official addressing plan for the internet. And the only thing that changed then was that John Postel was started to be assisted by Joyce Reynolds. And so the next RFC to mention this, RFC 790, said that, again, if you want to have an IP address or another number, a protocol network address, socket or port, then you would be contacting Joyce to receive the number assignment. And those assignments were going from the IANA out to all parts of the world back then in 1983. So that's how it was for the next 10 years. But anyone who was actually listening to the internet media or internet press, such as it was back in the late 80s or 1990, you might remember that, or you would know that back in those days, the press was full of rumours that the internet was going to stop growing, that we were running out of IP addresses, that we would have to find another way to run IP addressing across the internet, because the consumption of IP addresses was really going very rapidly. The solution to that back in 1992 was to actually continue to manage IPv4 address space, to do so more carefully. So we had actually a proposal, RFC 1366, back in 1992. This came from Elise Garrick, who until recently was still working with ICANN. She proposed that, that the delegation function for IP addresses should be transferred to organisations operating in the different geographic areas of the world. And that was, at that time, followed quickly by the establishment of two such organisations, the RIPE NCC and APNEC, NCC in 92, APNEC in 1993. And from that point on, the function of allocating IPv4 addresses was carried out by those RIRs. And what I'd like to show here is that the rate of consumption of IP addresses changed very dramatically at that time. So the bars that you see here up until 1993, the orange bars was the rate of allocation by the IANA at that time, which was really a huge rate of allocation, as everyone knew. But once the RIRs were able to start making more careful decisions about allocation of addresses, for the next 10 years, the allocations that we made collectively still were less than what the IANA had been making. And that was at a time when, of course, the internet was growing really rapidly. So I would say that's a demonstrated success of a change to the global management system of this critical internet resource, and certainly it's something that allowed the internet to keep growing. That global routing table that I mentioned earlier, it was also a source of concern back in these days, because the growth of the routing table was projected to be much more rapid than it actually turned out to be, until the RIRs came along and were able to flatten that curve again through more careful management and through the use of classless domain routing. We kept the growth of the routing table to be quite limited. And something interesting here is that we actually see the dot-com boom here that happened up until about 2001. We see this was, at that time, a kind of a point of concern, because it might not look like it now, quite a rapid rate of growth at that time. And it was only the dot-com bust in 2001 that kind of re-corrected the rate of growth, slowed it down a bit, and then was able to continue fairly well from that point on. The routing table also shows you the global financial crisis in 2009, and since then, ongoing growth. Something interesting we haven't seen so far is any sign of the COVID crisis in the global routing table, but I think one of the interesting things here is that the use of the internet has continued to boom during COVID times, and that's something we definitely see in the in internet traffic stats and so on. So these regional internet registries, what are they? Well, we are these days five regional internet address registries. We're membership organisations responsible for allocating and registering IP address space. We're serving 5 regions of the world in a industry self-regulatory sort of structure as non-profit, open membership-based organisations. We started, as I've said, in the 1990s, and we regard ourselves as operating in a kind of internet tradition, something that I think is very important to explore and to understand in the context of the IGF, and that's the fact that we have had traditionally an open, consensus-based, transparent, and for that matter, a multi-stakeholder mode of operation since we have been operating over the last 25 years or so. The RARs these days are engaged not only in the allocation of IP addresses being IPv4 and IPv6 addresses and autonomous system numbers, but also the registration of those address space allocations through the registry database interfaces, which traditionally have been WHOIS, the same WHOIS that is used by the domain naming system, but also these days in what we call next generation registry services, including RDAP and RPKI. Something very important about the RAR functioning is the policy development process through open multi-stakeholder coordination processes, by which we actually allow IP address policies to be developed by the community. We also provide a lot of training and technical support, capacity building for our memberships. In the case of APNIC, for instance, the total number of members served by APNIC and by the APNIC NIRs is over 18,000. And so we are serving those networks that are actually building and operating the internet throughout the Asia Pacific, and the need for technical support and capacity building is something that we have been engaged with and continue to be engaged with for quite a few years. The RARs operate, as I've mentioned, through open and transparent processes. I'd like to show you an illustration of how the open participation works in the next couple of slides. So our community comes together in an open and transparent and what we call a bottom-up manner, where the participants in the community themselves are able to go through an open policy development process to develop the policies by which the RAR manages the IP address resources. And this also is a cyclical process, a cycle which starts from a need for a policy through a discussion about policy through consensus processes. And once those policies are implemented by the RARs and by the community, they can be evaluated, and that evaluation would sometimes lead to a need for a new policy or a policy adjustment. And this is the cyclical process which has been going on now for well over two decades, best part of 25 years, and through which IP addresses have been managed through that entire time, through a period of huge growth in the scale and the importance of the internet for the global community. This is where our 5 regional internet registries are situated today. APNIC is one of them. We work closely with AFRINIC, RIPE NCC, ARAN, and LACNIC, who you see also illustrated on the screen here. And finally, APNIC's vision. What APNIC stands for, and the reason we do the work we do, is towards a global, open, stable and secure internet that serves the entire Asia Pacific community. So I hope that's a helpful overview, as requested, of the status of IP addresses as critical internet resources. I'll finish there, but be very happy to enter into discussion as this session goes on. Thank you very much, Kenny. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. We leave all the question and answer to the late after all speakers they have finished their presentation. Now I move the presentation to Fred Becker. And Fred, it's your turn. Can you manipulate your screen?
Well, so let me start out by adding some content to Paul's talk. If I look at IPv6, deployment, and you said that people in Taiwan should understand IPv6. We have 74 countries that Google tells us more than 5% of the traffic that comes to Google is using IPv6. If I look very, very carefully on the right-hand side, now you'll see that these are sorted in order of decreasing order of density there. Taiwan is the 6th of those. So you people figure very large in that. If I look specifically, there are 19 countries in Asia that Google says are fitting large in that, and that on my screen this is kind of yellowish. Maybe it's the same on yours, but Taiwan is the 3rd largest. And here I'm using Paul's numbers, ATNIC Labs numbers, and showing you that. So Taiwan actually figures pretty strongly in the deployment of IPv6. So I just thought that was interesting in the context of Paul's talk. Let's see here. Now I'll switch to my own presentation. It seemed like it was appropriate. Okay, so you asked me to talk about the domain name system and the root server system advisory committee. I chair the root server system advisory committee in ICANN, which is the basically represents the collection of root server operators to the ICANN community. And I want to comment on, in the previous session, there was a question from the floor about the position of a root, that a root somehow has a special position in the root server system. That's actually not true. And as I go through this, I think you'll see what I'm talking about there. So with that, let me talk a little bit about the root server system. Now, what is RSAC? Well, we advise the ICANN community and the board on matters related to the operation, administration, security, and integrity of the root server system, which I'll be talking about in a little bit. We put together this talk because some of your friends from across the straits were asking questions about it, and so Kenny asked me to give the same talk here. Now, what do? Well, we have 10 different committees, and the Root Server System Advisory Committee is one of those. It produces advice documents, primarily to the board, but also to ICANN bodies and anybody else that wants to know about them. They're all on the web. So you can access them pretty easily. The composition of the Root Server System Advisory Committee at the moment is delegates from the root server operators. That will be changing in a couple of years, and I'll talk about that in a bit, but that's what it is at the moment. So a few acronyms that may be important to you. The root server system, we call the RSS. We have root servers, which are computers that distribute information. Root server operators, which are companies that deploy root servers. And then various other names for parts of the root server system as it's evolving. Now let me talk a little bit about that history. When the internet was first deployed, there was these things called host files, which were distributed by SRI and basically gave names that translated to addresses. And if you want to get to a particular place, this is the address that you should use. That was very quickly discovered to not actually work very well and to have scalability problems. And so John went to his friends and said, do you have a solution for that? Paul Makapetras and a few other people designed something called the root server system and the domain name system. And then John again went to his friends and said, would you please deploy this? And so in various steps, the domain name system grew from an initial 4 systems to, by 1998, 13. Now, what happened next was that, so this is where we stand right now. We have the root server system, which has about 1,000 servers in it. And that would connect you to various top-level domains. .tw is one of those. .com, .edu, .whatever. And then from there to second-level domains like example.com and World Wide Web underneath that and so on. So this gives you the names of the 12 companies that operate the 13 identities in the root server system. Now, okay, let me talk about that for a moment. Originally, it was literally 4 addresses for 4 individual computers, or 7, or eventually 13. And eventually, people started wondering, basically wondering out loud, what would happen if you took the same address and put it on multiple computers? And which is a technology that we call Anycast. The people in Japan tried it out within a data center, and then ISC, which operates Effort, did that kind of on a global basis. There was some pushback from other companies, and then they decided it was a good idea and proceeded to deploy it themselves. Where we're at right now, each of the 12 companies deploys an Anycast cloud. And so we actually have, I think it's about 1,100 root servers using 13 addresses and, well, 26 addresses with IPv4 and IPv4 operated by these 12 companies. Now, how does that work? Well, the central point of control is with the Internet Assigned Number Authority, which is operated by a subsidiary of ICANN called PTI. And it maintains a database of what are the names and what are the addresses that would be associated with them. That database is picked up by a small group called the Root Zone Maintainer that happens to be contracted out to VeriSign right now. That hasn't always been true, but it is at the moment. They put together the files that we call the root zone, and that is now distributed to the root server operators, who then distribute it to their various root servers worldwide. From there, the information goes to DNS resolvers. When you look up a name, like you want to go to something.tw, then you will go to a resolver. The resolver will get the information that it needs from the root servers if it doesn't have it in a cache, and then it will respond to the request. Now, how do names get into the Internet Assigned Number Authority? Well, the top-level domain registrations, or registrars, give that information to the IANA. And so that comes actually as a change request from the TLD operators, which might be, for example, Taiwan NIC, and are placed in the IANA database from there and get distributed worldwide. So this gives you, from left to right, kind of a picture of the operation of DNS in the great wide world. We've added some things since then. We added, for example, DNSSEC, which puts a signature on ideally any, potentially any name, and enables one to be sure that the record that one got was in fact the one that came from IANA or from the TLD in question. If you don't check that, could be anything, but the DNS security extensions are there basically to reduce the probability of spoofing or undetected spoofing or other things like that. I already mentioned Anycast. Anycast is also something that we use in order to ensure that we can put lots of servers in lots of places. Now, we hear a lot of interesting things about the root server system and about the internet. One observation that we hear frequently is the root servers control where internet traffic goes. Well, no. Routers control where traffic goes. Root servers distribute information about top-level domains. And a concern that has been raised, Mr. Putin has said this about .ru, the Russian TLD, and we've heard this question from your friends across the street, that the root server operators could easily remove or change or root zone content, such as taking Russia completely off the air. And well, no. That's one of the things that DNSSEC gives you, is you can verify that the root zone has not been modified, that the information is in fact what came from IANA. And you can see there are a number of myths that go around. And an important one is that ICANN controls the root server operators. Well, they wish. ICANN enables the root server operators to talk with the rest of the internet community. And the root server operators have been around longer than ICANN. So no, if anything, we tell ICANN what to do. But okay, so now we're going through a process right now. We started this, I think, 5 or 6 years ago, through a process that we call the root server system evolution. And that is that it's a change in the process by which things happen. I mentioned that we came up with a set of companies that are involved because basically John talked to his friends. And well, if we want to ever add or delete one of those companies, John isn't around anymore. John is not present. So that process isn't going to work. So we're in the process now of changing that process so that we can predictably add and drop root server operators and so on and so forth. And we started with a workshop in 2014, and Steve Crocker in 2015. Steve Crocker asked the root server operators, okay, how would we go about that? By what process would we add or drop a root server operator? And we, the RSAC, have been struggling with that since then. And we held a series of workshops in which we basically got together and talked through each of the different components, and ultimately came up with a governance model, which we published in a document called RSAC 37. That's RSSAC 037 if somebody wants to go look it up. And we asked the ICANN community to adopt that, which they did. Now, an important part of that is the principles by which the root server operators operate. And I list 11 here. I'm not going to read them to you in the interest of time, but basically we need to operate in a predictable fashion and in an ethical fashion, and deliver the data that it gives us. So these are the principles by which we operate. Now in talking about that, we looked at the different responsibilities that we applied to ourselves and came up with a model for how that should work. And part of that was, who are our stakeholders? Well, the ICANN community, which is to say almost everyone that uses the internet, is certainly part of that. The IETF and IAB is part of that, in the sense that the IETF designs our protocols and has an important comment on our operation, and of course the companies themselves. So those are the stakeholders of the root server system. And the model that we came up with was, we divided the functions that we perform into 5 general areas. We measure the behavior of the root server system and have comments on that. And so we decided, well, part of that is going to be something we call a performance monitoring and measurement function. We needed to look at the information that we get from the PMMF and decide what we're going to do with policy and strategy and that kind of thing. And so the organization that controls that, we call the SAPF, is Strategy, Architecture, and Policy Function, and so on. So these different things together balance to form the governance of the network, of the root server system. So part of that, of course, is the secretariat function. Secretariat function is those little people that we don't really talk about them very much, but actually make things work. The secretariat in any organization turns out to be a very important functionality. So we have one of those. The strategic architecture and policy function, I refer to as RSAC Next Generation. It's basically the people that make the necessary decisions in order to control the root server system. And then when it comes to a need for some kind of a change, well, we need to be able to identify somebody to add to the list or to remove from the list, which we would do basically for cause, and describe that then as a set of operators. And at that point, then the ICANN board would get a recommendation from the designation and removal function, and if they agreed, then they would adopt it, and that would change the way things work. So the PMMF I mentioned is basically about measurements and performance and that sort of thing. There's a variety of different things that they might be looking at, but they're there. And of course, there's money involved, so somebody has to handle the money. Now, when we talk about money, what might the money be? Well, we need to keep some money around for emergencies. There's some operations costs. There's the cost that it would take to implement the model, whatever that cost turned out to be. Turns out that an important function at each of the RSOs is research and development. And so maybe we do that together and we fund it from the financial function. And of course, there's a cost of actually getting there. So when we gave this to the ICANN community, we gave it in a set of 3 recommendations. We recommend that the RSAC 37 model be implemented, and that a body be put together to figure out how best to implement it. use that provided methodology to develop the costs and then implement the model. So timeline, we started with the publication of RSAC 37 in June 2018. We're now somewhere in the middle of that. It's in 2020, and so a governance working group, the people that take that model and figure out how best to implement it, are busily figuring that out. And then probably in about a year and a half, we'll start actually the implementation of the new model. So the governance working group, the GWG, is currently active in ICANN and is talking with various people and writing papers and so on and so forth. So they're doing the things that you see on the slide in front of you. If you want more information, you're more than welcome to go look at it. We have our own webpage on the ICANN site. We have some publications, actually I think 49 of them, which you can find in our documents file. We have an FAQ in both English and Chinese that, in Mandarin I believe, that you may find useful. There's a way to ask questions of the RSAC, which is you send an email to a certain address. And then as far as the management of the root zone, how does that work? The Internet Assigned Number Authority has a web page up that would allow you to look through them. So thank you very much. That concludes my comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Fred,
Okay.
For your introduction regarding to Root Server Advisory Committee. And so the last one will be Paul Vixie. Paul, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, you can go on.
Great. So first, let me thank you for inviting me. I wish I could be there in person, but of course, with the pandemic, travel is out of the question. I have served with Fred Baker on the board of Internet Systems Consortium, and I have spent a great deal of my professional career working with Paul Wilson during the time that I was on the board of trustees for ARIN, which is a sister organization of APNIC for the North America region. So it is an honor to sit on this panel with my two colleagues. So since this is, let me ask please, can everyone please mute? I'm hearing echo. So since this is an internet governance meeting, I wanted to talk about the way that a part of the internet is governed and some changes that are occurring, specifically DNS. I wonder, are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right, thank you, Fred. Very well, so I want to talk about the way that DNS works and some changes to the way DNS has worked during my decades with it. Some of you know that I was responsible for maintaining Bind for a long time in the 1990s, and that I hired the team who wrote Bind version 9 in the 2000s. So I have a lot of background with DNS, not just with FRoot. And so I've been watching the development of the DNS field, and I want to sort of share my observations with you because it does bear on choices we will all make, and maybe choices we will be unable to make. So on this slide, I've shown the traditional DNS system architecture. There are 3 protocol agents, and this is pretty much still true. So this was true in the mid-1980s when Paul Makapetris designed it, and it is pretty much true now. Some of the details around them have changed, but there are still 3, so let me tell you what they are. At the bottom, we have stub resolvers, and this is a piece of software that is, it's in your smartphone, it's in your laptop, it's in every server, virtual server. Even routers have this, although They're not normally thought of as DNS protocol speakers. They do ask questions. And stub resolver is where the questions come into the DNS system. At the top, we see the authority servers, sometimes called the content servers. This is where the answers come into the system. So, for example, the .tw domain operated by TWNIC has a number of authority servers. And Fred Baker was just telling you about the root zone, which has no letters in it, so it's hard to describe. Sometimes we call it the empty string, or maybe just dot. But the idea is that it is the parent of .com, .net, .tw, and so on. So every part of the DNS visible has to have some authority servers. So basically, the questions come in at the bottom, and the answers come in at the top, and they meet in the middle. And the middle box, which I've labeled here the recursive servers, although in Paul Macapetros' original design they were called full resolvers, this is where all of the complexity exists in the system. It's where most of the work of DNS security happens. It is where the questions meet the answers. So it's far more lines of code, millions more lines of code are in the middle than are in the top and bottom combined. And that also means that there is a lot of opportunity for innovation. And sometimes that innovation is controversial, and I'll speak to that. But to give you some character for the system, it has the ability to scale. At the time that the DNS was first launched in about 1985-86 timeframe, the hosts file that it replaced had a couple thousand entries in it. And the problem with the host file is that every time it changed, everybody had to download it again. And that was okay, because at that time computers were very few. There were maybe only, a couple thousand computers on the internet. That's why the hosts file was so short. And they were all very expensive. And every one of those very expensive mini computers and mainframe computers had a operations staff, and they were well kept. Quite a difference from then until now, when everybody has a smartphone and most of us don't know how they work. What that meant was, when Macapetros was designing this system, he was thinking, okay, so this is the size of the community. It's about 5,000 or 10,000 companies and universities and so forth. But he had the idea that perhaps it could get much larger. And indeed, it has gotten much larger. There are now billions of connected devices, hundreds of millions of users. And the same DNS that was designed in maybe 35 years ago, 40 years ago, is still working today. And we should be very impressed by that. I can't think of another system design which has survived 8 to 9 orders of magnitude of growth. Nevertheless, there has been some stress. But first, let me explain some of the political implications of this. The conversations between the bottom and the middle, in other words, from the stub resolver in your smartphone to the recursive server operated possibly by the Wi-Fi provider for this conference, possibly by your telephone company, or perhaps you've chosen a recursive server provider for your own reasons. Maybe you're using OpenDNS or Google or something like that. So the conversation between your stub resolver and the recursive server has personally identifiable information, because it knows your IP address. That's the stub resolver. That's your smartphone. And it knows what question you've asked. And so if there is any political sensitivity to the question that you're asking, perhaps you're asking a question that's illegal in the country where you are asking it, then the operator of the recursive server is going to know exactly who it was that asked the illegal question. And so the fact that it is personally identifiable information makes it extremely sensitive. And indeed, over in Europe, under the GDPR, General Data Protection regulations, it is identified as such. And there's all kinds of rules about the way you cannot data mine PII of this kind in Europe. And I encourage other countries around the world to look into that, because it may be an important way that they can protect, safeguard their citizens' privacy. The other thing to notice is that the recursive server has a cache, C-A-C-H-E. It's not cache like money, it's cache like a copy of what it has seen recently. And it is that cache that has, more than any other single design element, been responsible for the success of this system and the ability to scale 9 orders of magnitude in growth. So all this really means is that if some stub resolver who shares a recursive server has already asked the question that you wish to ask, then you are going to get a very rapid response, because the recursive server is going to give you a copy of the answer that it has already retrieved for some other user of the same server. That may seem like a very simple thing, but it has profound consequences. And in particular, it means that the only transactions which flow upward from the recursive server to the authority server are what we call a cache miss. Somebody asked a question, the answer wasn't in the cache, the recursive server had to go get it. And as Fred Baker has already explained, that does not always go to the root name servers. The root name servers are very good at telling people where the .tw name servers are, but it doesn't know anything about TWNIC. It's all it sends is a referral telling you, if you want to know about twnic.tw, you better go talk to the .tw servers. That's all the root servers do. It's a very simple job. It's important, but simple. Eventually you will learn who the servers are for all the top-level domains that you normally do business with, and they will all be in your DNS cache, and you will stop talking to the root name server for minutes or hours at a time. And that's by design. That's the way the system is supposed to work. The root name servers are not supposed to be all that important. And then they have become so because they're an obvious place to point at and ask questions about who runs the internet. But in no technical way are they involved in every single transaction. So the internet, as created by Vint Cerf and friends back in 1969 or so, when I was a child, was meant to be a network of networks. That is literally what the word internet means, it is a network of networks. And the reason it was important is that we were starting to see networks at that time, and they were not able to connect to each other. So when you had a network, what that meant is that you and your computers could then exchange traffic, or maybe you and your partners, or you and your customers, or something like that. But there was no sense in which the networks that people were building were ever expected to connect to each other. And that was the concept of the internet, was a network of networks. And everything that was designed in the 1970s and the 1980s, and a lot of what was designed in the 1990s, was around the idea that we had all these networks, and those networks needed a way to find out about each other and to exchange traffic with each other, and sometimes to set up peering links at internet exchanges or what have you. But everything was based on the idea of a network. In other words, the host was simply part of a network. The user was simply a user of a host in a network. And the first order device, the thing that the internet really cared about, was not the user, not the host. It was about the network. That's why NAT was created, is people thought, outside my network, it doesn't matter what address we're using. That's a private matter for my network. And Fred has explained, and I think Paul Wilson also explained, why the idea of network address translation kind of complicates the overall network design, and that is true. And yet it was a very natural thing for us to evolve at a time that the internet was defined as a network of networks. And I'm trying to really press upon this point, because in this diagram, you'll see an IP firewall. And the IP firewall might have a policy, as in this case, where the recursive server that is operated by the network operator is allowed to communicate with the rest of the authority servers around the internet. No other device on the network would be allowed to go outside the local network to speak DNS. They were all expected to speak DNS to the local recursive server, and then it, as sort of a proxy for the entire network, would then act as that network for all purposes related to DNS. And this became extremely important when we commercialized and privatized the internet, because it became necessary to start looking at DNS traffic and find out if it was related to an attack of some kind in order to monitor it or filter it or what have you. And again, this was all seen as normal because the network was the thing. It never occurred to anyone that some stub resolver might not have confidence in the local operator, and they might prefer to speak DNS directly to the outside world. That was just, again, that would have been not thought of at all. It has been thought of since then. Let me explain. At that time, commercialization and privatization, what we had is users and applications that were connected somehow through a local area network. Maybe they had a PC, maybe they had a workstation, maybe they were using a time-shared computer. And that might be part of a campus. There might be more than one local area network, but eventually you had to connect to an internet service provider who would represent your connectivity, the connectivity of your network, to the rest of the internet. And that was adequate. That got the job done. That helped us get out of the academic roots of the internet history and into the next stage where everyone in the world could use it, and not just sort of people at universities or who had government contracts. So again, this was not built according to a vision. This is what evolved out of necessity, and it was it evolved as the minimum requirement. In other words, no one looked at this and said, how do we design for the next 50 years? What they said is, how do we design for the next 5 months? And so there's nothing here that did not need to be there. However, the evolution continued. We got two things. And in the next 20 years, those two things have really taken over the narrative on DNS. One of them is a content delivery network. And you would know this as something like Akamai, maybe something like Cloudflare. These are companies who, they might have no content of their own, but they are very good at getting connectivity, and they are very good at managing the connectivity for their customers so that there might be a copy of the customer's data in every metro area on the planet. And that way, if a user asks to see, let's say, www.microsoft.com, well, that's carried for them by Akamai, and Akamai will make sure that the user who looks up that name will get an answer that is very close to that user. And in other words, it can give you a different answer if you're in San Francisco than it would give you if it thinks you're in Los Angeles or if it thinks that you're in Taipei. And the content delivery network is, I think, important in some way. I don't think it had to take exactly this this design approach, but I think something like this was going to be necessary. It would never be possible for, let's say, Netflix to deliver movies, or even YouTube to deliver movies, if it only had one data center and it had to somehow serve a global customer base from a single data center. And that's why Fred was talking in his presentation about Anycast. Anycast is how the root name servers manage that problem. But there are other ways to manage it, such as giving a different answer based on where you think the user is coming from. Okay, well, the problem with that is you can't tell where the user's DNS request has come from. All you can tell is what recursive name server they were using and where that recursive name server appears to be coming from. And so if you're a CDN and you want to give an answer that is optimal for a Microsoft.com user, then what you have to do is say, well, where did you really come from? I see that you're using, let's say, Google DNS. That's the thing in the upper right there, the recursive DNS, where you've got maybe a single DNS provider for the whole world, as opposed to having one inside of every campus or one inside of every ISP. You don't know. You can't tell where the user was based on the DNS request source. And so those two ideas, where you would have Anycast for recursive DNS like 8888 or 1111 or 9999, I understand from Paul Wilson that there are 200 more IP addresses available where all 4 octets will be the same, so you can talk to him about getting one for yourself, because I'm sure all of them will be used for recursive DNS before long. So get yours while they last. But the idea of the content delivery network and the delivery optimization and the idea of global Anycast DNS did not play well together. These are 2 different solutions to different problems that there was never a single vision for them. And so we eventually added some complexity to the DNS called eDNS client subnet. And that's where the recursive server, I'll go back here so you see that, the recursive server in the middle can actually attach the stub resolver IP address to the query when the cache miss occurs, so that when you go to the authority server, you're telling it, here's my question, and by the way, here's the IP address of the person who asked it. And that way, it gives the authority server, if it's part of a CDN, an opportunity to give an optimal answer for that question. Now, it's not supposed to give the entire IP address. It's supposed to give only the network part. But from looking at my own root name server traces, I used to be an operator of froot when I was at ISC. I still help operate the croot server for Cogent Communications. And so by looking at the queries that come in, I can tell you that most of them have the entire IP address of the end user, other than the ones coming from the global recursive servers. So there's a lot of bugs and a lot of software out there. They're sending way too much data. But eDNS client subnet was a way to bridge the conflict between recursive server being added in the upper right and CDNs being added in the lower right. So that's, again, the internet is trying to be minimalistic. It's trying to add as little new complexity as possible. And sometimes that means it accidentally adds twice as much complexity as a single vision would have required. All right, so what does this do to the internet, the DNS system architecture? Remember, I showed you that it was very simple. It had questions coming in at the bottom, answers coming in at the top, and then they would meet in the middle. Well, it's done this. We now have this. So you still have those 3 boxes. You still have your firewall. You still have a cache. And my team at various companies, including ISC when I was there, and also now at Farsight Security, now that I've left ISC, we have extended this system on the right to include the ability for a recursive server to have policy. In other words, to deliberately lie about the answers to certain questions for reasons that only the recursive server operator would care about. Typically, we use this to block malicious answers. If you're asking the question, where is this botnet controlled from? What is the C2, the so-called command and control server for a botnet? Then you might have policy in your recursive server to just say, let's pretend that doesn't exist, because I really don't want bots in my network connecting to their command and control server and thus learning what they should be doing as part of a botnet. So we added this policy function in 2010, 2011. Bind 9 had it first, but now all of the open source recursive name servers have it, including Unbound and Knot and PowerDNS. We also added DNS tap, which was a way for the recursive server operator to look at the transactions passing through their server so that they could be monitored. To maybe find out, again, using the botnet example, you might wish to know which of your stub resolvers are asking questions that only an infected computer would ask, so that you could go visit those stub resolvers and find out why they are asking those questions. And so this monitoring and this control has been my principal contribution to DNS in the last 10 years. But I want to say it doesn't matter as much as I wanted it to. And the reason is because we have this thing on the left where we've got an application doing DNS that is now speaking the DNS over HTTP, or really DNS over HTTPS protocol, and it is reaching a recursive server that is not the one that's operated by the local network. They're going out to whatever DOH server they choose, because their traffic looks just like HTTPS. It looks exactly like web traffic, and so there's no way you can have a firewall that will stop it. And this means that less and less traffic as time goes on is being either witnessed for observation and analysis or subject to policy controls by the local recursive server of that network. Now, I don't want to go too deep into this. We only have 20 minutes together. But I want to say that sometimes the local network is a house that's occupied by a family, and that family might have, let's say, parents who are the local leadership. Maybe the children don't agree with that, but that is that's how I view things. And it may be that those parents have installed parental controls. Maybe there are certain types of internet activities they do not want the family to be able to do. And there are a lot of different reasons why they might do that, or ways they might exercise that power. But this requires that they be in the path, that the recursive server they are operating, which presumably is subscribed to some parental controls service, has to be able to see what's going on, and it has to be able to alter what is witnessed inside that network. So this is a problem. When we're changing internet governance, in this case, it was the network of that house belonging to that family. That was a network, and that network was part of the internet, which is a network of networks. And the operators of that network had policies which are now being ignored. They're now being bypassed through the cooperation between local users or local applications and external DNS providers, neither one of which wants that policy. It may be that some child wants to bypass the parental policy, and it may be that they can find a partner on the internet outside that is very willing to help them do that for whatever reason. Now, there are a lot of other networks, right? My corporate network at my Farsight Security, or Fred's corporate network at ISC, also have policy, and they also have responsibility, as I do, for the traffic leaving my network. If I DDoS somebody, if someone on my network is responsible for a DDoS, and somebody says, hey, Paul, your network is DDoSing me, I don't get to say, well, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop it. It was all DOH. No, I'm going to be held responsible for the traffic that emanates from my network, whether or not I could see the DNS traffic. So I am now left with responsibility for everything my network does, but without control for everything my network can do. So this is a problem, and it is an internet governance problem. It is changing from a network of networks into a network of end users. In RFC 8890, the Internet Activities Board has declared that the internet is for the end user. They don't believe that it is anymore a network of networks. It is a network of end users. And it is apparently now the job of networks to simply allow end users to do whatever they wish. What I want to point out, maybe to inform our Q&A, is that I don't have a Wi-Fi chip in my brain. Neither do you. So I don't use the internet. My brain does not connect to the internet. I connect to the internet through a device, and that device has a manufacturer. The software that I run, every app, including web browsers, they all have makers, and it is the makers of those devices who will choose without permission, and that they will tell us after they've done this, here's a pop-up, And the pop-up simply says, we've made your internet more secure. If you want to go back to the insecure way, please click on this undo link. But this is notification after the fact. It's a misleading message. And if you don't know what it means, then you're just going to get whatever DOH provider they want. And that's internet governance. That is a form of internet governance. It's called the rule of the strongest. I'm not a fan. So when this was a network of networks, we had a lot of different parties, the user themselves, their applications. We had clients and servers. We had an operator for the local network. We had a nearby ISP that was responsible for our connectivity. We had a far end ISP who was responsible for the distant parties' connectivity. And then that far end had its own operator and its own servers and its own users, perhaps. And as a network of networks, cooperation was required in order for communication to succeed. I've drawn this as a series of gates, and I wish you to imagine, since I'm terrible at animation, I can't really animate this for you. I want you to imagine that a straight line can pass through all of these gates, but if any of these gates is moved out of alignment, then that straight line will not pass. And that was the method by which a network of networks, the internet, governed itself. Now we have this, which is the application and the far end have their own relationship, and they do not care, and they don't have to care about what any intermediary thinks. None of those intermediaries will be able to witness or tamper with or block or remove cooperation, withhold cooperation from. We now have a system of internet governance that is all about the web reaching its eyeballs for the purpose of gathering information about what people do and advertising things to them. Again, I'm not a fan. I have given a talk much longer than this to audiences like yourselves around the world for the last 2 years, trying to raise awareness about this, because I think a lot of people don't understand that there were some important internet governance principles that were upheld by the idea of an internet being a network of networks, and that now, with the fact that the internet is for the end user, as witnessed in RFC 8890, we see that the internet is not a network of networks. It is whatever it is that your app wants to do when it is speaking to its mothership, and no one will be able to stop them or even find out what they're doing. I can think of a lot of ways that could go bad. So finally, let me say that there's a cost to this. If you represent complexity as a fraction, where you have a certain number of technologies out of which you understand some subset, and then you add more technologies without increasing your understanding, that means your complexity has gone up. And complexity is inversely predicted. Complexity inversely predicts your risk. In other words, the more complexity you have, the more risk you are subject to. So when we make everything invisible and untouchable to more people, we're not making ourselves safer, quite the opposite. Kenny, thank you very much. I return the gavel to you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I believe it's our great pleasure to have 3 very, very important speakers all together at the same time. They are not only has a great experience in the governance of critical internet resources, and also they have great influence in ruling the internet. So it's time to open to the floor. I didn't see anyone. Okay, please go to the mic, say your name and your affiliation to the public. Thank you.
This is Guo Weiwu. And I come to the microphone to say hello to all my friends, the Paul Wilson and Paul Vixie and also the Fred Becker. And here is my question. I think the first question is, as we know, the major contribution of the IPv6 traffic in Taiwan. Most of them is because it's a mobile traffic. And if we look at a fixed line, it's not doing that well. This is general cases, in the other country or not? I think this is the first question. And the next question I'd like to ask the same is a kind of back to the 1999. I remember that is one of our friends. I think you all know there is a woman in China in 1999. She said, if we can assign a unique IP address to each citizen, then there is a better way to fight for the cybercrime, in China. In 1999, that is not possible because at the time the people using IPv4, and you don't have enough address space to do that. But since IPv6 is taken up, is what she say could be true in the future. I think this is a second question. Can I have one more? The one more question, actually, I remember actually the Paul you are just talking about, Paul Vixie you just talking about in the last slide, and also you talking in the, I think it's knock last year. You are talking about that is you don't believe the cyber border is internet is borderless. Because usually the technical community say the internet is borderless is because it's very costly and insufficient. And as a public you visit in Beijing before, some of the government don't care about the cost and they don't care about the sufficient. They really care is control. So if that is a case just like politics you're talking about, is there will be generated two different cyberspace between that the people build a cyber border and the cyberspace, is a much free open cyberspace, generate a kind of unfair traffic between this cyberspace. And what we can do? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Basically, just initially say hello to all of you and also raise 3 questions. You are free to comment. Is anyone want to go first? Up to you. Paul, do you want to go first for the first question?
I can, yeah. The reason why mobile networks are popular with IPv6, successful with IPv6 is because the mobile devices are new and you can rely on the vast majority of mobile devices being either IPv6 compatible now or being able to be upgraded. So there's nothing else about mobile that makes it suitable for IPv6. If you look at it, if you look for a parallel situation, for instance, what you call a greenfield network in fixed line, then it's just as easy to have an IPv6 network, and we've got several examples of those. One of them, for instance, is in Vietnam. The FBT network in Vietnam was built from the ground up as a fixed line network, IPv6 from the start. They, like the fixed line networks, they sourced the CPE, the consumer premises equipment, for their customers. So the customer subscriber gets the cable modem, and of course they were able to find V6 compatible modems at a good price, and so that network is a fixed network that's almost exclusively IPv6. There are other examples in the world as well. But the popularity of V6 on mobiles is again because almost every mobile network, LTE network, is almost by definition a greenfield network these days.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
all. Thanks.
And also Frey and Paul Vixie, you are free to comment for the rest of the questions. Thank you.
I can go next. So it is true that control is a mixed blessing. Some people see it as a problem, some people see it as a solution. And you're right, when I visited in Beijing, and I've spoken about this, I have to use the network behind the Great Firewall, and I can't reach everything I need to reach. And so I can't stay very long because I have to work, and I can't work if I'm behind that firewall. But I understand that the Chinese government thinks that it is essential to them achieving their mission of keeping China safe, that they have such a firewall. So I don't think I could ask, could you please make your firewall stop? Could you take it away? They would not listen. But I think we should differentiate between an edge network, such as my house with my family, or my company, or Fred's company, or Paul Wilson's company. These are networks that only have families. They only have employees. They only have customers. They're not responsible for providing connectivity to an entire economy. And so the desire to have a firewall on an edge network is a very different desire than wanting to have one at a national border. And so when we talk about whether cyberspace does have or should have borders, we have to remember that at the edge, they've always had borders. And in the middle, they have almost never had borders other than, for example, the Great Firewall of China. We should not treat these as the same thing and say that both borders are good or both borders are bad. And that's what the DOH change to internet governance will do, is it will say that all borders are bad. And that is a mistake.
Thank you. Fred?
Well, okay, so the question we're dealing with, tell me if I get this wrong. You want to know whether you can assign an address to an individual and use that to track them. Was that Madam Hu's desire?
If I remember in the 1999, you know that Madame Hu say, if we can assign the unique IP address to each citizens, is there a better way to, combat with, cybercrime? In 1999, it's impossible, but if the IPv6 is popular, it's possible, right?
Koi, can I translate your question? Is it possible to using IPv6 as a personal identifier system to identify an individual? Is that what you mean? Yep. Okay, back to Fred Becker.
Okay, so, and of course, Madam Hu isn't the only person who came up with that. I heard that same question in India, and I think it's come up in other places as well. And the thing to recognize is that it's an identifier for an interface on a device. It doesn't identify an individual. So if the individual picks up a different device and starts using it, it's going to have a different address. So to begin with, I think the question is malformed. It's the address doesn't identify the individual. It identifies an interface on a device. Now, could you then say, okay, those addresses that an individual uses could be clustered together as a set and use that now to track the individual in that way? Well, yeah, to a certain degree. If the individual moves from one place to another, the address will change. And so it isn't as simple as that. But you could certainly say that the person is often found at their home or at their office and their place of work, whatever it may be, and therefore you have a distinct probability that the individual would be represented by a certain address, and you can certainly do that. Now, ask me whether I think that's a good idea. I think that has just a list of ways that it could go wrong. If the address gets assigned to a different person, suddenly, I don't know, that something has happened, but I don't know what it is. So I think there's a number of dangers in that approach.
Fred, I understand your answer.
The time is up.
Okay. Fred, I understand your answer, but what I mean is really, it's complicated and it's not nature, it's not by design, but it's not possible to do if a government really want to do it. That is my comment, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the fact that somebody wants something doesn't make it possible.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, because we are already running out of time. I apologize for not making it on time. The tradition here is we always have a lunch on time. So we couldn't have another time for another question again. But before I adjourn the session, can I ask all the audience to give you a big hand to all the panelists? We have several thousand participants. Thank you, Paul Wilson. Thank you, Fred Becker. Thank you, Paul Vixie, for attending the section. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I adjourn the section. Thank you. Thank you. 好，那我们这一场就到这里告一段落。那好像午餐已经准备好在外面了。OK， 那我们下午几点开始？1点半吧。1点半。OK。So free come back to at 1:30? Yeah, 1:30. 1:30.
现在开始到大概差不多2点钟左右的时间哦，我们有一个 session 就叫做 Lightning Talk。那顾名思义呢，就是让大家用很快速的方式，然后来自由的分享关于网络治理各位自己的意见或者相关的议题。那只要是在网络治理相关的一些话题都可以谈的，不一定是要在我们 track 底下。那我们在过去在征求报名的同时呢，其实已经有一位徐子涵先生。在我们的网络上面已经报名了，所以接下来我会把时间交给他。好，那就请序开始，谢谢。
谢谢那个帅气的秘书长哈，小弟在下徐子涵，代表开放知识基金会台湾 Open Knowledge 台湾，在这个 Lightning Talk 给大家一些分享一些见解的分享。那我们今天早上其实有一些 panel 跟一些 session 谈到这个数位发展部，那数位发展部当然这个何其大矣，所以我在这边分享一些针对数位发展部的观察，还有近期一些事件，到底我们要怎么思考数位发展部的角色，要有什么正确的期待，然后不要有什么不正确的期待。那当然大家都知道，就是说数位发展部在讨论的这个阶段，我就回想到我小时候曾经听过一个新闻，叫做国防2法或是国防6法。在下有没有黄黄雄那个年代的人？修国防2法就是把军政军令这个2元化建立，让国家的军队国家化 ，OK， 然后军队从参谋总长制改到国防部长文人领军这个制度建立。那这个什么意思呢？就是说国防部的资源，当年在1950年代的时候，占台湾中央政府总预算可以到50%以上，50%，你想想看 ，OK， 现在当然占 GDP 大概只到1%多嘛，所以有陈明提到它3%嘛。那你可以看到说，那时候在谈国防2法。跟国防6法，跟这么 sensitive 的机关，国家的军队、情报组织、8大情报组织入线，都有非常多的文献、公听会、报告跟利益相关人的会议在谈这个东西。可是现在我们每个人所在使用的 Internet 网络跟数位社会，尤其以台湾，我们用 TWNIC 的报告跟创世纪做报告。台湾上网人口已经超过1800万人，接近1900万人，还有些可能已经没有办法使用数位服务了。有这么多的人，他关系的当然不会比国防小。那为什么这些讨论这么少呢？所以上午就一个场合到了，大概会是什么样的机关做什么样的事情哦。那我觉得可能对于他所整并的这些机关不太熟悉的朋友们，可能觉得说，哇，数位经济的发展超英赶美，超过中国，干掉欧盟，非常棒哈。但是它其实有大概1/3的结果，我猜，因为它有一个单位叫行政院资管处，国发会资管处，我也忘记了 ，OK， 它就是 run GSN network， 是 Government Service Network， 所以政府的 IT， 我觉得应该会吃掉它1/3的 capacity， 因为现在政府的 IT 就在当下的现在，包含我们有王者风范的中华电信 ，OK， 最近的1个月，我们因为那个 DVR。那个摄影机被中了蠕虫，然后这个对台湾的骨干网络开始攻击，到了这些 Tier 1、Tier 2这些 ISP hosting company， 我就举名字来，我都举名字跟举具体实例。捕梦网，大家有没有听过？战国策 ，OK， 有听过嘛？对不对？做选举的一定听过战国策嘛？很多都在这一波的 DDoS 攻击中阵亡，甚至大量的流失客户。所以这个意思是什么呢？光把政府的控服跟职权所可以达到的网络安全，就在政府的 government IT 这个 circle 里面做得好，就已经可以是世界第一了。所以数位发展部看起来根据报载会把 GSN government IT 含在里面。OK， 这个我们了解。第二个当然就是这个其他的部分嘛，这个我们就不帮他解释了。所以数位发展部呢，当然我们就从现在我们所面临的数位这些问题来看。我们面临什么问题呢？刚好很巧的，今天早上，日本某某人就首相宣布 RCEP 就区域的经济合作的组织，这个最大的，大概16个国家，15+1加印度的，这个礼拜日正式签约。意思就是说呢，台湾的国发会体系，国发会龚明鑫主委，目前看起来数位发展部会由郭耀煌来主导，根据报载。好，那在这方面，当跨境的资料传输，你的软体的 source code 要不要揭露？能不能以国家安全的理由要求人家落地？对不起，正文在这个礼拜日会全部出炉，在 e-commerce 的 section。好，现场那 谈判的这部分你要找谁？行政院谈判办公室跟另外一个神奇的小组。办公室的代表是谁？邓正中。OK， 所以可能有在做 trade 的，可能会你可以了解这位哈。所以你可以看到有这么多的问题跟这么多外在影响到的，第一个是安全的，第二个是在你说要扶植台湾的产业，成为台湾下一个护国神山群这样子的 idea 在后面，你所面临的外在状况，跟今天早上也有谈到像电商这样子的产业，是台湾最蓬勃在数位经济层面能自己长出来。养活最多的人，跟数位息息相关的产业，他们却没有被放在这个蓝图里面，不管是好或是坏，但是却没有 address 这个数位这个电商务这样的集团哦，所以我觉得这个是蛮不可思议的哈。我们从会后现在来看，我大概还有可能1分钟哈。我们这样子来看的话，就发现我们可能对国防部的谁是几颗星，谁是几颗泡泡，情报组织、情攻法。国家安全局的体系，国家安全会议有多少人 ，budget 多少，都比现在在拟定的数位发展部来得更清楚。难道你是在做一个传说中的情报机关吗？五眼联盟也轮不到你啊，五眼联盟是+1嘛，还有另外一个 D10 Democracy 10也没有你的份嘛，也没有你台湾的份，对不对 ？G7 你大概也没有机会进去 ，G20 呢 ？OK， 还有一个 T12， 有没有听过 T12 ？Technology 12包含北国。跟日本新的国际组织的联盟，这些都跟数位经济能不能以台湾发展为轴心，然后长出去是息息相关的。所以我觉得这方面非常的没有 address 到。那我的建议10秒钟，我觉得就是数位发展部的这些应该大家多注意，然后应该要多利益相关者的方式，符合台湾网络治理论坛的形态，让更多的公众可以了解跟讨论。不然等于是现在的这些人。跟当年国防2法一样，在规划下一代人、下3代人未能不能在台湾的数位生活跟世界那个存留的关键。谢谢。
好，非常谢谢徐子涵先生的分享。那我们下一位，有一位戴佩如小姐，开设平台，她有来跟我报名啊。那我们一样也热烈欢迎她来分享。那另外就是说，如果在戴小姐的分享完之后，还有人要讲的话，就麻烦直接举手，我们会把麦克风递过去。如果我们还有时间，好，谢谢。
大家好，我其实有网络报名，但没关系。我名字叫戴佩如，我是台湾长大，然后我现在工作的机构是 Center for International Private Enterprise，SIPE， 就是我们自己的简称。然后我们是一个美国华盛顿特区的组织，然后是在美国商会底下的一个附属机构。然后，所以体制上来说，我们是美国商会的一部分，但是运作上还有财务上来说，我们是独立的，像是非政府组织这样。然后今天我想要跟大家分享一些，就是我们机构在做的事情，然后为什么我们机构会对台湾的 IGF 会有兴趣。那我首先介绍一下，就是我们国际私营企业中心就是在做什么。就是我们是1983年成立的，然后那个时候成立的时候，主要是为了跟其他几个也是美国成立的机构，在海外去用私人企业的方式，然后去推广民主。因为美国商会在美国自己本身的民主进程，尤其是在代表私人企业的声音，在对政府做倡议这方面，其实扮演了很大的角色。所以美国商会其实我们的办公室，就是主要的美国商会办公室是在白宫正对面，然后上面都会有很大的那个旗帜，就是 jobs， 意思就是说，就是对美国来说，最重要的就是要有，就是提供就业率。然后为什么我们会就是对海外做项目就是感兴趣？就是以美国的想法来说的话，其实因为就是在一些发展中国家，如果说他们对于不管是像智慧财产权、对就是治理、对民主，就是这些各方面的议题，然后能够希望他们 跟美国一样去尊重普世价值，所以这样子在就是不管是对当地的民间企业，或者是对美国的公司在海外做生意的时候，就是可以促进就是全球化的交流，所以这基本上是一个就是大环境的框架背景，然后也是我们机构的一直主要工作的宗旨。然后在我们在海外做项目的时候，我觉得有个很重要的一个差别，我想要提出来，就是我们是pro market， 不是 pro business。所以 market 跟 business 的分别，一个是市场，一个是企业。所以当我们在就是譬如说印尼啊、菲律宾，就是这些国家跟当地的一些民间组织合作的时候，我们是希望他们能够去用他们当地的一些不同的方式去对就是公平竞争的市场做推广，而不是说就是单一的企业用他自己跟政府的关系，然后去推广自己的商业利益。所以这是我们对于商业或者是自己本身的企业跟市场去做的一个区分。我觉得这区分还蛮重要，所以我想跟大家分享。然后在于就是主要的工作上，其实我们对商会的工作很大一部分是做倡议。像今天那个第2个 panel， 那个曾律师组织的那个 panel， 它其中有一个其实有好几个新创，就是尤其是在科技产业的新创的一些创业家，或者是他们的一些就是商会。或者是电子商会这样子的组织，其实我们主要的合作伙伴其实就是跟这一些组织，然后去在他们的倡议的进程上去做推力，然后去希望当地的政府能够对于怎么样子让减低做商业或者是就是企业在做生意或者在运作上降低他们的运作成本，就是能够让就是减低就是那个他们讲的路障，然后能够让就是企业更蓬勃的发展，这样，所以这是我们主要在做的。然后所以像譬如说倡议方面的培训，然后利益相关人分析，主要最后都还是希望政府能够对他们就是接纳他们的一些政策上的建议。然后跟这次的One Internet One World 就是比较相关的，就是我觉得可能2个部分，就是我们机构在过去几年，因为全球化的一个就是挑战，然后还有因为就是中国对世界上的一些影响，就是对我们的工作上也带来了很多的一些应该是说反思，就是说我们在推广这所谓的普世价值，就尤其是所谓的就是公平竞争的市场的原则上，其实中国一直在挑战，还有就是全球化在很多地方真的也是出现了很多问题。然后所以过去几年我们在工作上的一个重点是在所谓的有侵蚀性的资本，就是其实因为我们是商会嘛，所以我们当然。我不能说我们都只从就是所谓的企业的角度上来看，我觉得我们不是就是那么极端的说一定是政府越小越好，或者是说那个法规越少越好。就我觉得我们不是那么极端，我们是应该说怎么样子让就是经济发展能够比较的就是有包容性，而且能够也顾虑到就是比较。不要说只顾虑到上层的，而是说它也能够顾虑到，譬如说街头的小贩，或者是我们所谓的那个非正式经济里面的那些，就是企业营业者，就他就算没有注册，但他自己本身也是个就是企业家这样。对，然后所以我刚才讲到的有侵蚀性的资本呢，我们其实从2个方面去看。第一个是就是中国。中国的话呢，它在很多地方的投资，其实不是只有中国，就是像譬如说俄罗斯，甚至是就是中东的一些海湾国家，他们就是怎么样子去用，就是譬如说一些国家的法规上的漏洞， 然后去规避这些法规，然后去影响就是某一些就是落地国家他们自己本身的就是对内的政策，或者是甚至他们的外交政策这样。所以我们觉得这对于很多国家来说是有侵蚀性的，因为他们是在侵蚀就是市场的公平竞争，他们是在侵蚀就是国际上大家一直以来遵守的一个准则。然后我们其实做了非常多的所谓的那种 case studies。所以我们有很多的 case studies 是譬如说拉美啊、欧洲啊，或甚至就是亚洲、东南亚这样。然后我可以举一个就是东南亚的一个例子。当然我们不是说就是中国一定是就是错的，而是我们是说就是当然就是吸收资本去发展本国经济，我们觉得非常重要。但是呢，就是在某一些法规上来不及跟上的地方，或者是说消费者权益有被损害的地方，就应该要去做补强。然后，所以就是举一个就是印尼的例子来说，这也是一个科技，就是跟科技业有关系的。所以在印尼，其实去年前年就是闹得很沸沸扬扬的是，他们有那个 payday lending，就是说类似就是说我看一下中文叫做。发薪人贷款，就它是一个有点像是放那种每天那种高利贷，所以就是说你不需要信用记录，然后你就可以透过你的手机，然后去申请那个就是贷款，所以是很小额的，就可能是比如说$50这样子的。然后可是因为他们的本身的薪酬比较低，然后所以说它的那个利率，譬如说10%、20%、50%甚至100%，就是它的利率的那个 range 很大。然后所以呢，到最后。就是这是一个本身就是这个 payday lending industry， 它本身就是一个比较有侵略性的，比较有就是对lender 是比较不好的一种，就是比较 predatory business model。然后根据我们的研究是2/3的这个payday lending operators 都是中资。然后它为什么在印尼引起了很大的那个就是争议，就是因为他们滥用就是这些人的个人资料。所以就譬如说今天我欠了吴理事长钱，假设，然后他今天呢就是打电话给我先生的妈妈，或者是打给譬如说我的国小同学，然后就是让一大堆人跟我可能就是800年都没有联络的人，就让他们知道说哦他们在跟我讨债。然后所以就有好多人就是去类似跳楼自杀什么之类的。然后所以大家开始就是对就是中国的资本就是有很负面的那个影响。但其实就虽然我们自己本身是在做就是有侵蚀性的资本，我们也觉得说这样子的 business model 是不对的。可是呢，就是其实实际上应该要改进的是当地对于就是 consumer data 还有 information的 security 这方面的保护。所以其实到最后就是我们的研究报告出来之后，我们的一系列的政策建议是当地应该要对这方面就是譬如说 cyber security、information security、data 就是有更多的去保护的措施。所以我想要讲就是说我们当然对于一些研究的主题，其实有我们自己的想法跟假设。可是当就是在看到就是问题，就是我们实际上去做，譬如说问题的深入探讨的时候，有一些就是政策上的东西，就是我们就是可能在能力范围内可以去做倡议的，有些可能不行。但是就是对，我觉得这跟我们的譬如说那个在讲的，譬如说 data 的 ownership， 还有 data 你有没有 consent right 这方面，我觉得是有一些关系的。然后另外一方面，我觉得跟就是主题比较有关系的是因为中国在全世界上，还有甚至在 UN 体系，其实它有非常多的话语权。所以我觉得台湾，我真的觉得这次的 TWIGF 办得很好。然后我觉得台湾就是透过譬如说跟国外的联系，然后跟就是国外的交流，能够把台湾的一些议题就是上升到国际，就是放眼譬如说整个亚太区域，或者是放眼就是全球。我觉得台湾在硬体上面真的做得非常好，就是 没有浮夸，就是真的做得很好。我觉得台湾在 e-government 方面，因为我先生自己本身 PhD 就是做这方面，然后所以他也在台湾，就是在行政院什么会啊？不知道什么会改革前，他有在台湾做过研究，然后真的写了，就是做了好几个月，然后所以就台湾在这方面真的做得很好，所以我觉得台湾在这方面就是真的要很就是我觉得像昨天那个唐政委，就是在这方面做得很成功的地方，就是一直跟就是外界去类似去宣传说，哎，我们有什么东西做得好的，我觉得这是要不吝分享。然后但同时之间呢，我觉得。就是台湾自己本身的就是官僚，或者是说台湾的就是官僚体系，其实我觉得台湾的官员能力真的是很强的。就是我不是因为自己是台湾人才这样讲，就是我觉得台湾人的官员的能力其实真是很强的。所以就是在跟国外比较的时候，其实台湾很多方面已经就是不管是部会之间的整合，或者是说就是他们对某些议题的认识程度，那个探讨问题的深度，其实比很多其他的国家都好很多。但是我觉得哦，就是这可能也是我们未来可以一起努力合作，或者是我们就是海外机构也可以做更多，就是怎么样子让政府能够跟民间的企业，或者是跟民间像就是 TWIGF 这样，就是我觉得你们已经做得超好了，就是更能够去纳入就是一些比较创新的想法，因为其实。但我觉得这东西不能只靠官僚，因为其实这也是一个就是文化上的一个问题，就是今天前几个 panel 讲了很多，就是你没有那个风险承担的能力，你就不敢去创新。你不敢去创新，你就没有办法去给出那个空间，让大家去做跟科技产业或者是新创东西有关系的那些议题，就你就没有办法有前瞻性。然后，所以再加上现在大家很容易把所有事情就拿到 PTT 啊、Facebook 去公审或带风向，就这种东西的话，其实真的就是我20岁的时候我也超爱批评的，可是跟我现在回去看，我就会觉得说我那时候真的是脑子不知道在想什么，因为有些东西你没有那方面的专业，你没有那方面的就是历练跟体验，你什么话都可以说，对，所以其实我觉得就是就是对不起，有点扯远了。对，但我的意思就是说，台湾在就是新创这方面，我觉得是真的很有潜力的。然后就是怎么样子可以大家一起努力的去把台湾拉到更高的一个就是一个视野。我觉得希望大家可以给我一些多的建议，然后我们看有什么东西可以一起合作。谢谢大家。
好，谢谢戴小姐的分享啊。那我们现场还有没有观众想要即兴即时的分享的？有没有？如果有的话，麻烦举个手。有没有？如果没有的话，我可不可以有这个荣幸邀请一下我们的理事长吴国伟先生来给一些 comment？
我觉得反而应该要找秘书处来跟我们讲，在这段时间他们有哪些东西需要这个所有的 audience 能够给他们一些意见，能够明年能够办得更好。所以李贤，你要不要出来讲一讲？来，把机会给秘书处吧，因为他们在背后工作。
对，其实 NII 秘书处真的是这一次在 IGF 论坛举办的最大的工程了，最大的无名英雄。所以我们请 NII 的副执行长李璇来跟我们讲几句话。
哦，我被 Q 上台了，那我就讲一下哦。明年冷气一定不会这么强，我快冷死了。我想其实，在今天早上我们遇到了一点小状况，我们的 YouTube 直播就停下来了，因为那个 YouTube 今天早上大宕机哦，所以其实我们一直很紧张，不知道发生了什么事情哦，赶快又变成脸书上直播，脸书上直播回来又正常，我们又回来了 YouTube 的直播。那 anyway， 我们度过了早上的科技难关之后，我想说，我们能做的，我不知道，就我们想象中觉得 我们准备好这样的环境、这样的平台、这样的一个讨论，然后把东西都 set up 好，然后让大家可以尽情的讨论哦。那确实啊，我们需要大家给我们一些刺激哦，让我们可以在未来的看要在什么方面做一些改变哦。那大家可以先做的一件事情就是先做满意度调查哦，赶快哦，我们的满意度调查都没有人写，所以我们都没有办法看到一些 comment 啊，所以每次修改 comment 都是无蛇给的哦。那有时候我会觉得跟我们年轻人的想法还是有点差距哦。那其实我也不年轻了，那我还是会需要更年轻的人的一些想法，然后看在会议的规划上，然后或者在不管是任何的一个安排，我们都可以做适当的一个调整。我们还虽然是有点年纪，不过我们很乐意做这样的一个调整。那不好意思说的话，就是透过我们的这个问卷啊，然后来把这些内容告诉我们，这样子。我讲完了。
谢谢李璇啊，我们现场有 comment。好，那等一下，请您先花1-2分钟时间，先花1分钟时间自我介绍一下，接下来再谈您的意见。好，谢谢。就这个能用吗
？OK， 不好意思，我应该站在哪里比较好一点？对 ，OK， 其实是这样子的，我是罗德华，是罗德岛的中华民国华。那在这边我是 TWIGF 的multi stakeholder。那这个 Lighting Talk 是我去年跟 Kenny 老师跟吴社提的。那因为发现没有人上来，所以自己挖的坑总是要自己跳下来这样子。对，所以我刚刚就是趁大家还在撑着的时候，我赶快准备一个短讲这样子。我要跟大家聊一下是那个网络影响全球化的一个个案。那这个个案好死不死就发生在我自己身上。我自己是在其他地方，我自己是以色列仿生素、跨马嘎，就也可以翻译成什么以色列格斗术、马加术这些东西，就运动训练相关产业，对，很明显跟网络选举相关完全没有关联。那可是我却遇到一个问题，就是因为语境跟语言上的差异，导致于说，明明不相关的产业也能被全球化的这样子一个网络平台所影响到。那先跟大家讲一下，就我教的东西叫 Kwamaga， 那这个东西在希伯来文里面，它是近身格斗的意思，近身搏斗的意思，所以希伯来文，以色列的希伯来文没有问题。那同样的，当它翻译成英文的时候，那就会出现问题了。就 KRAVNAGA。GNAGA 好死不死跟那个美国总统大选的川普对 Make America Great Again 对，然后好死不死呢，也因为这样子，那后来我们的所有的广告我们就被禁止刊登。那被禁止刊登的原因呢，是因为我们一个运动产业，我们被分类为社会议题、选举、政治人物或政治宣传的相关活动。对，这是很有趣的事情，就是你明明是不相关的产业，然后你明也是不相关的语言，使用的是不相关的语言，不同的国家，可是你却被其他国家因为跨国平台的关系所影响到了。那在这样子的情况下呢，虽然在广告机制里面有人工复审的这一个补偿机制，可是呢，很遗憾，人工复审依旧没有办法救得了我们。所以，我们回到主题哈。当我们在讨论所谓的 One World One Internet 的时候，对，它在逻辑层，它在 TCP/IP 上面，确实我们可以说，yes，still One World One Internet， 就是我们还是可以说，我们的网络世界还是没有分裂，还是没有就是网络分化的问题。可是问题是，对于一般的人，对于绝大多数的 end user 来说，其实对于我们影响最大的还是在应用层，那所以也就是说，对于在跨境平台、跨国平台外商的这个部分，其实像包括昨天到今天，很大一个部分就是会在于说， 全球的部分如何有一个机制存在，可能是一个协调机制存在。可是问题是，当你进到国家、进到主权领域的范围的时候，政府要不要管？或者说政府怎么去我们常常讲啊，就是说数位发展处到最后变成数位发展管制处、管理处这些东西，就是变成说，好，今天我们要公部门进来的时候，公部门不得不管，因为你这个东西会直接影响到包括我国的主权也好、内政也好、经发也好这些东西，对政府来说、对公部门来说，他不得不去碰。可是问题是，他怎么碰？也就是说，今天的这些产业，从公部门到私部门，或甚至到我们常常去公部门、私部门瞧不拢之后，我们就会说好，我们丢给第三部门好了。然后，可是这通常都会成为一个延宕程序的一个补救方式。那所以我觉得比较重要的，恐怕会是在于说，怎么将这样子的一个跨国机制从 global 转到 glocal。也就是从全球化转型到全球在地化的一个机制，如何去建立，这反而可能会是比较重要的。OK， 就是一点点，希望有当大家撑到一点时间。对 ，OK， 好，谢谢各位。
好，谢谢。那还有没有现场的观众想要分享一下您的想法？好，那还有吗？好，那如果没有的话，那我们今天 Lightning Talk 的 session 就先到这边结束。那我们下一场在这个场地跟其他2个场地的时间是2点半，所以各位还有大概半个小时的时间可以稍事休息，然后外面还有一些点心跟饮水啊。那在我把主持棒交出去之前，也再一次请大家去填一下这一次活动的一些满意度的问卷。然后另外就是说，我们台湾网络治理论坛是一个开放所有人一起来参加的一个论坛哦。那我们希望未来不管是在大型的年会，或者是我们以后每个月都会办的一些教育推广的活动，也都可以看到各位的身影。然后也希望各位可以帮我们把这个福音传出去，然后让台湾更多的人，大家都是网络使用者，大家都受到网络的影响。那也希望大家可以透过自己的力量，把这样的一个讨论的环境让其他人知道。谢谢。
Introducing me before I launch in.
Dr. Jack, you may start now.
Okay. And shall I start now?
Yes, please.
All right. Great. Are there people in the room, I assume?
Bill, you turn off the camera now. You have to turn back your camera.
Yeah, because I'm going to share. I'm trying to share my power. I'm having a little difficulty. Let's see. Are you seeing my screen? Share.
It doesn't show.
I'm sharing PowerPoint, but it's not sharing.
No, there's nothing there, William.
Why would that be?
Try again.
I'm saying share content.
Or you may try share application.
Do what?
Share application instead
Share.
of content.
Yeah.
How do I do that? I'm not used to WebEx, sorry.
When you click the button of share, you can share screen or share application. You should choose application instead of screen.
It says share content and share web browser is what I'm getting.
No, that's not what I see.
Well, that's unusual. I don't know why that's happening. I'm sorry. As I say, I'm not a I'm a WebEx guy. I'm a Zoom guy. Try it again. Share. It keeps saying showing nothing. Why is that? My apologies for the technical problems. I'll figure it out in a second, but right now I'm a little confused.
Bill, this is Roy. Let me check. You sent over your PowerPoint to us already, yeah?
You know what? I will send it to you again.
That's right. Maybe we can let Taipei to control your PowerPoint.
Okay, so who do I send it to?
I'm going to send you my email through the message.
All right.
But you share with me, right, Bill, the other day. I can actually forward.
I don't know why. I really am. I'm puzzled why. It says I'm sharing it, but you're not seeing it, so I don't get it. So as soon as I get the email from whoever, get mail, somebody, I need the address to send it to.
Bill, just resend it to the same group of people you sent it already to.
All right.
I can do it for you if it's easier for you. Just resend it. And then you can make an introduction.
I send you an email address. Dr. Jack.
I have not received
your
I've not
chat.
received your email, so
No, Bill, just check your chat, I think. You'll have her email address in your chat.
whose address am I don't know what to do. I'll send it to everybody.
Bill, I found your PowerPoint already, and I share with the organizer now. I'm sharing it. I mean, email them. I should avoid using the word sharing. I'm sending them over through email, and I think they were put in the laptop here in Taipei.
Okay, I actually made a couple of small tweaks to it, so I'm sending it to you all again. I'd rather use the version I just emailed. but we'll get started. Sorry to everybody in the room for the delay.
So, sorry, Bill, you are resending us a latest version of the PowerPoint, yeah?
Yes, I just did.
Okay, so let me just check. So we should be using this email, I mean the attachment that you just sent.
That's correct.
Okay, they got the email now. Okay, so it should be ready in 2 minutes.
All righty. How many people are in the room? I can't see.
A lot, over 100.
Okay. Well, so let me get started, and then we'll go from there. So hello, everybody. I'm William Drake from the University of Zurich. Good afternoon to those in Taiwan. Good morning to those of us who are here in Europe or wherever else we may be. This is a session on the WTO Digital Trade Initiative, Implications for Asian Policy. The organizers asked me to start out by doing a little background for 10 minutes because it's generally fair to assume that governance people don't all necessarily follow the details of negotiations in international trade bodies. So I'm going to do that, and I will introduce the panelists. We have 4 excellent panelists, and then from there we will have what I hope will be a very vibrant and open discussion, and we will be sure to allow plenty of time for everybody in the audience to ask questions as well. So the linkages between internet governance and digital trade, I think, are quite strong. This was controversial, though, at one point. Back in the days of the World Summit on the Information Society, 2003, some of us from civil society were arguing that, in fact, digital trade rules are very much examples of internet governance. And indeed, we tried to get language to that effect put into various documents. But alas, it didn't happen. Many of the governments and firms that were involved in the WISIS discussion really didn't want the UN debate to be going into the trade environment. So nonetheless, we included provisions about digital trade in the report of the UN Working Group on Internet Governance that was formed by Kofi Annan, the Secretary General, in 2004. We mentioned trade as an example of internet governance precisely because if you have binding international rules that shape what kind of commercial activity can take place over the internet, that is fully within the ambit of how we were thinking about internet governance, and indeed how I think it is logical to think about internet governance. So I think that there is very much a link there, and I think it's worth bearing that in mind. That said, it is historically the case that people who work in the governance space don't necessarily all track the ins and outs of digital trade. Digital trade is just as obscure and institutionally dense as, say, anything that goes on in can. So just a few words of background so that you appreciate the length of the involvement here. Just capsule summary. There was a Uruguay round negotiation from 1986 to 1994 that created the World Trade Organization as it is today. And among the various instruments it created, the General Agreement on Trade and Services, or GATS. The GATS sets global rules applicable, among other things, to cross-border electronic networks, including the internet. However, there are a lot of ambiguities as we went forward in how those GATS rules would exactly apply to the internet environment, given technological changes and changes in the market structure. It seems like there was a desire on the part of many people to bring more precision to exactly what those connections were. The GATS deal includes both general principles, traditional trade principles, like most favored nation treatment, non-discrimination, market access, limitations on domestic regulatory barriers to trade, general exceptions that trade rules accommodate social objectives like privacy and national security. There were also sectoral annexes dealing with some specific network issues, including telecommunications. And then you have negotiated schedules of commitments where governments bargain and negotiate. I open up this market to you in exchange for you opening up that market to me. In 1997, the WTO members took things further with a basic telecommunications agreement that amended the national schedules of 69 countries to liberalize telecommunications, including the leased circuits and private networks that are used for the internet. So that's quite important actually to helping the internet grow. So the linkages between trade policy and the internet, I think, become quite clear there. From 1998 to present, there's been an electronic commerce work program that has attempted to clarify and elaborate on the application of the GATS and other WTO instruments to global electronic commerce, but unfortunately, those negotiations have moved very slowly. There's been very little progress. Can we go to the next slide, please? So, meanwhile, while that was going on, next slide, please. Yes. So while that was going on, we had the growth of concerns about rising digital protectionism as more and more countries began to adopt provisions that would limit electronic trade over the internet. And many people felt like the GATS had gaps due to technological and market change. Many of the new kinds of developments like platforms and so on were not envisioned when the GATS was agreed in 1994. So the feeling was more needed to be done to make the rules more specific for how commerce was conducted over the internet. And indeed, many governments began to adopt blockages to particular kinds of network-based transactions or platforms. With the multilateral process fairly stagnant, there was no progress really going on in the e-commerce program, many governments began to launch agreements outside of the WTO, so-called multilateral free trade agreements that included digital disciplines. It was easier for small groups of countries that were more like-minded to reach agreement on some of the key points. And so a number of free trade agreements emerged in recent years that included disciplines on such issues as cross-border data flows, privacy and data protection, forced data localization, the forced disclosure of source code, and so on. Examples of some of these free trade agreements include the Comprehensive Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, the CPTPP, which the U.S. dropped out of under Trump, and it'll be difficult for Biden to come back soon. But many Asian countries are party to that. The U.S.-Japan Digital Trade Agreement, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement, and some of the proposed agreements that are out there now, the proposed U.S.-Taiwan Agreement and the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership all deal with digital trade to varying degrees. So the growth of these multilateral deals helped to catalyze a renewed and controversial effort to get more global rules negotiated under the WTO. The 2017 WTO Ministerial, 71 countries issued a joint statement forming a coalition of the willing to try to advance unofficial pre-negotiations that would move more quickly in parallel to the slow boat work program that I mentioned earlier. Can we go to the next slide, please, which is the last substantive slide? So the Joint Statement Initiative, or JSI, has been heatedly criticized by a number of countries, especially India, China, South Africa, and others from the developing world, particularly in Africa, as well as by a number of anti-globalization NGOs, with the view that any liberalization of digital trade would somehow benefit only the largest corporations, et cetera, et cetera. And we started to hear all the usual rhetoric about digital colonialism and all these kinds of things come to the fore. So it all became a very fraught process. Nevertheless, at the World Economic Forum's Davos meeting in January 2019, 76 governments, now including China, which changed its position and said it had to be part of this, affirmed their support for the JSI process, and things began to move forward. There are now 86 countries participating. Also at Davos, Japan, which has tried to take a lead under Prime Minister Abe called Osaka track of negotiations that would include a central focus on so-called data free flow with trust. So that's a term of art that is used a lot now in these kinds of conversations. The co-conveners of the JSI meetings within the WTO have been Australia, Japan, and Singapore. And they've been pushing forward meetings despite the difficulties raised by COVID. The WTO never worked virtually before. So they've had some troubles moving that, but they are moving. The negotiations have also faced a lot of controversies and difficulties between, as you might guess, the United States and China, given what Trump's been doing, the US and Europe over privacy protection and how that would be reconciled with trade disciplines and so on. Nevertheless, the process has moved forward with difficulty. We're hoping to have a consolidated negotiation text by the end of this year, which would then serve as the basis for governments to try to strike a deal, those who are willing. Many questions remain outstanding, though, including the legal form of such an agreement, whether or not it would be fully integrated into the WTO instruments or some sort of freestanding mechanism, and how non-participants would be treated under the agreement, etc. There are a lot of divergent views on the core issues like cross-border data flows, the digital economy, and so-called digital sovereignty, which we spoke yesterday in a different workshop. The specific issues to be covered and how strong the disciplines would be for each of the different issues covered, how we accommodate the interests of developing countries, which want special and differential treatment. And of course, there's questions around civil society and the technical community and their concerns about the lack of accountability, transparency, and inclusion in WTO processes, which are purely intergovernmental, take place behind closed doors. Let's go to the last slide then. Some overarching issues then that arise from this. Taiwan and other countries like Singapore, Japan, and Australia have sought to balance national policy objectives with the promotion of open flows of data and digital trade. Other countries like China have favored outcomes that lean more towards, allowing them the ability to protect their industries from foreign competition, but have some measure of liberalization in the areas they like. So it's been very difficult. So some questions we're going to want to think about is how successful will the initiative be in terms of addressing the differences among all these different parties? How might an agreement or the failure to reach an agreement impact Asian policies in particular, as well as the stakeholders from across the region in all sectors? How would a new agreement interface with the multitude of minilateral, bilateral, or regional trade deals that have agreed in recent years that include digital trade provisions? How coherent can we get this regime complex to be of different mechanisms? And finally, what would an agreement or a failure to reach an agreement mean for the wider evolution of the global digital economy, internet governance, and the balance between national, global, and commercial, non-commercial objectives? So there's a lot at stake today that has a real impact on internet governance. To discuss all these issues, next and final slide, we have 4 excellent speakers. We will begin with Ms. Neha Mishra, who's a postdoctoral researcher at the Center for International Law, National University of Singapore. Neha will give you an overview of what's on the table in the JSI. Then we'll turn to Professor Sai-Feng Chen, Associate Professor at National Chiao Tung University, am I saying that right? Who will talk about how the JSI implicates situation in Asia. And then we'll turn to Roy Chun Lee, Deputy Executive Director of the Taiwan WTO and RTA Center and the Chung Hua Institute for Economic Research. He will focus in particular on Taiwan's role. And then we'll pull back from all of that with Erica Mann, who's a senior advisor of Covington and Burlington LLP in Brussels, and a former member of the ICANN board of directors and a global persona in the internet governance world. Then we will go to open discussion, which I hope we'll have at least 20 minutes for with everybody in the room. So it should be a good session, I hope. So that's what we're doing. And so against that backdrop then, let me turn to Neha to start us off with an overview of the JSA. Neha, it's all yours.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be on this panel, and I'm really delighted, although I'm joining virtually. So I'd like to share some slides. So let me just share my slides with you.
Hopefully you'll be more competent than I was. Aha, hold on.
Hopefully it's working.
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
All good.
Okay, so following from Bill's presentation, so my name is Neha Mishra. As Bill said, I work at the National University of Singapore. And what I will look at very briefly is to provide you an overview of the JSI negotiations, some of the key areas of negotiations, and also just highlight very quickly some of the dynamics and the possibilities in the negotiations. I know my co-panelists will look at it in more detail from an Asian perspective. And also specifically also from the perspective of Taiwan. So let me straight away jump to the key areas of negotiation. Yeah. Okay. So up on the screen, you can see all the main areas that have been discussed at the WTO under the JSI initiative. Now, if you look at this, the kind of issues that have been all put together under the JSI discussions, some of them are very traditional trade issues, like things like non-discrimination and market access, which Bill was talking about. And many of them are also quite new age digital issues, especially on cross-border data flows, data localization, or source code disclosure. And therefore, there's a lot of things that different parties are bringing to the table, because JSI has 86 countries currently, 86 members currently participating, and all of them don't come from very similar backgrounds. So while you have very developed economies like the EU and US, but you also have many developing countries and also some LDCs or least developed countries who have decided to join the negotiations. So there are diversity of issues reflecting, of course, what their own needs are. And that kind of makes the negotiations quite tricky. As civil society people, as academic people, we also suffer from one problem of not knowing exactly what is going on in these negotiations, because for the last 1.5 years, most of the negotiating texts have not been made public. So there's limited information. So based on whatever information is publicly available, I've put together this list of key areas. The WTO categorizes them slightly differently, but I'm just going to use this so that it's simplified for everyone to follow. I'll highlight on some of the issues, as I said, which I think are more important from the internet governance perspective. So the first thing is customs duty on electronic transmissions. So under the work program on e-commerce that Bill spoke about in, I think, 1998, countries agreed that they would not impose customs duties on electronic transmissions. So which means every time an electronic transmission went from country A to country B would not impose a tax on it. But this was not a permanent agreement. So countries kept renewing this every 2 years or every time they had a ministerial meeting. And this had gone on for a long time, but for the last 1 or 2 years, there has been a lot of debate around this. Particularly as to what is electronic transmissions. Some developing countries like India, South Africa, and even Indonesia, they have said that the electronic transmissions should not include digital content, because as digital content becomes more popular, they see a possibility of raising revenue from taxing such content. So as a result, what we have seen is that there is a lot of divide on this issue of whether the moratorium on customs duties on electronic transmission should be renewed or whether it should be reconsidered. Within the JSI membership, there are quite a few members, however, who argue that it should be made permanent, because there is a lot of efficiency that comes without having to worry about taxing of electronic transmissions. And it's a very good thing for electronic commerce as well. The next issue, which is cross-border data flows, data localization and privacy, which I think is something that the internet governance community is really concerned about, and also very topical. And also, as Bill said, an issue where there's a lot of division amongst the members. Now, not all JSI members have proposed text on these provisions. For instance, China has said it should only be explored. There are some developing countries who don't really want or who are not sure whether they should agree to any obligations on data flows and data localization. But for the many members who have agreed to an obligation, or who have proposed, not agreed to an obligation, but who have proposed some text, the basic thrust is that they want to enable the free flow of data for e-commerce and prohibit data localization measures. But this is generally subject to an exception in most of the text, at least text that is publicly available to us. And this exception is quite similarly worded to the TPP exception, which basically means that if there is any legitimate public policy reason or public policy objective for which one country would want to restrict data flows or permit certain kind of data localization measures, those are permissible and not inconsistent with the trade agreement. Now, many of the debates around this issue are, I think Bill already pointed out, but it's usually regarding some key policy concern that the country has. For instance, the EU has been very concerned about the compatibility of its privacy framework, the General Data Protection Regulation, with trade rules, and hence they have objected very strongly to having a provision on, so they have not objected to a provision on data localization. In fact, they have, as far as I know, they have included it in their text, but they want a very wide exception for their privacy laws so that they don't get caught by the obligation. If, for instance, under GDPR, there is a certain level of restriction they need to impose on personal data flows. China has been very concerned about cybersecurity, national security issues, and their ability to pursue their agenda of cyber sovereignty, and therefore they have not agreed to such obligations, not just under the JSI discussions, but across the board in all their free trade agreements. A lot of developing countries, as Bill mentioned, are reluctant to really progress on this issue because they don't really know what the economic implications are. There is this dialogue of data colonization and the worry that if countries permit free cross-border data flows, they might lose all their data to foreign Western companies and therefore not be able to build their domestic digital capacities. So this looks like one of the toughest areas to negotiate, and it seems like there is no consensus amongst the GSI members at the moment based on whatever information is publicly available. Now, on the issue of privacy and data protection, there is a general, unlike cross-border data flows, there's a general consensus that it's important that all JSI members have a regulatory framework for personal information protection, but the devil is really in the details because there's no consensus on what is personal data or what should be the correct benchmark to protect personal data. And WTO by no means is a privacy organization. So there are all these conflicting approaches which are constantly being discussed, whether it should be a GDPR-like approach, whether it should be OECD approach, or the APEC approach, which is followed by the US and some countries in the Asia-Pacific region. And if different countries follow their individual regulatory frameworks on privacy, then the question arises as to how they would be compatible with each other at a global level so that we can facilitate cross-border data flows. Now, the next two issues that I wanted to highlight on open government data and cybersecurity cooperation, it is a very, I think both of them are very important from the perspective of digital and internet governance. But the WTO, whatever text that is publicly available and looking at the FTA text that different JSI members have in place, these are not really very hardcore binding provisions, but just very high level provisions where countries are willing, they commit to engage or cooperate on these issues at a very high level. These proposed provisions are still, there have still been discussions around it because many countries don't really understand what that might mean for them in terms of their regulatory practices. Now, the telecoms reference paper updating, Bill already mentioned about the telecoms reference paper and gave you a background. The EU has proposed that it should be updated with the changing times, and they have proposed a lot of considerations around improving or addressing anti-competitive practices, universal service obligations, so including accessibility to the internet, interconnectivity issues, and also access to essential facilities. But it appears that many other countries don't seem to be as engaged with this issue as the EU is. With respect to source code and algorithmic disclosure, and I think Bill already spoke briefly about it. Now, US was the first country which introduced this provision in the previous TPP or Trans-Pacific Partnership negotiations when they started. And the basic idea was to protect proprietary interests of technology companies because they invest a lot of resources in developing their source code, and therefore they should not be put under pressure to reveal it to a foreign government if they want to do business in that country. And that's precisely all the proposals that are on table also deal with it in that manner. They prohibit countries from forcing disclosure of source code, and the US has also included algorithms, as far as I know, in its proposal. So if you just want to do business in that country, you are under no obligation. But there are some broad exceptions for public interest. For instance, when you need access to source code for regulatory reasons, or where there is an IP infringement case, so therefore you need access to the source code to make a decision. So there are some public interest exceptions. Again, many of the texts are not public, so I don't know who's exactly proposed what, but looking at their FTA chapters, one can guess what kind of provisions are already in. Despite the fact that there is some level of balancing of commercial and public interest in many of these proposed texts, there are problems at two levels. I think developing countries are very concerned because they think technology transfer is a very important part of their economic development. In general, many countries are now concerned about the inclusion of algorithms within the provision because algorithmic decision making can lead to many unjustified outcomes, and countries would like have greater access to algorithms to deal with some of these data ethic concerns. On the issue of online consumer protection and spam, this is especially with regard to spam, the internet community has generally been quite engaged. But the WTO, again, is not the rules that have been proposed by the JSI members for the potential JSI agreement are not actually very strong. It just basically requires countries to adopt a regulatory framework for spam and online consumer protection. There is, as far as I know, no country has really prescribed a specific framework for online consumer protection, and it obviously makes sense because there are other bodies doing it. So it's best to incorporate international standards by reference. With spam, there is some discussion. There had been some discussion on whether it should be opt-in or opt-out. But as far as I know from press reports, there is a rough understanding between the GSI members regarding a potential text that we might see at the end of this year. There are some other trade issues. I'm leaving them out for now, but I'm happy to come back to them if there are specific questions on these areas. And finally, very briefly, I know my co-panelists, and Bill has already dealt with this at a very high level, and my co-panelists will also deal with it, so I'll be very brief. But in general, there is a question of what the legal relationship will be between the JSI agreement and the WTO rules. And anyone who's familiar with the WTO architecture, especially the General Agreement on Trade and Services, will know that it's a very complex architecture. So it's going to be very difficult to really make amendments and then determine which sectors some of the commitments will apply and if they won't apply in certain sectors. And even within the GSI, there has been a discussion on whether countries should be updating their commitments on specific service sectors, especially on computer and related services. For instance, whether they should have a common understanding of what is computer and related services. In terms of the dynamics in the negotiation, Bill already pointed out about the developing versus developed country interest. One point I will add to his presentation is that some of the least developed countries not only are concerned about the kind of provisions that they want in the final agreement, but also just their capacity to negotiate and participate in these agreements. There was a very interesting submission from Ivory Coast in that regard, saying that it's not just market access and regulatory barriers for us, it's just an ability for us to participate. US versus China, most of you are aware of their division on many technology issues. Cybersecurity, data flows are amongst the main issues that are likely to be very contentious. EU versus US, they are generally well aligned, but when it comes to privacy, they don't really see eye to eye, and that's going to be a very important factor in the negotiations. Some of you might know that the EU-US had an arrangement that enabled data flows between the two countries, which was recently invalidated by the European Court of Justice. And there are some other issues I've just briefly pointed out in other regulatory domains or in other free trade agreements or ongoing free trade agreement negotiations, which I think will affect how also the JSI negotiations proceed. But I know my panelists will come to it. So that's how, I mean, and finally, with regard to what kind of an outcome we'll see, I think it's unclear at the moment, but it seems difficult. And I'm sure we'll get more chance to discuss this during our presentations. So yeah, I'll end my presentation there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neha. That was really excellent. High data density, blast of information, but it's important to put all those issues on the table so people know the range of topics that are being discussed. And really, many of these are issues that to the internet governance community, I would think would seem rather central. So the fact that they're being negotiated behind closed doors by trade negotiators who have not historically been engaged directly in internet governance issues is, of course, a question that we might want to contemplate the consequences of. All right, so let's turn then to Stefan. If you could tell us a bit about what's going on in Asia and how people are thinking about these issues, that would be great.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Jack, and thanks for inviting me, and I appreciate this opportunity to be here physically to talk about this issue. And can I show my slides? And I'm going to, following on Neha's excellent discussions about the negotiation situations in the WTO, then I'm going to talk about its implications for Asian countries. And as my slides will show, and as everybody is fully aware of, Asia is a very diverse region. So it has a lot of developed countries, very developed in the areas of digital development, but also some countries that are developing and some least developed countries. So their interests and their needs in these areas is apparently very different. So as Neha has previously mentioned, the conflict and difficulties between China and US is one of the issues apparently related to the Asian regions. But also we can see there are many countries, that's just several examples here. But of course, the first point I should point out is the opportunities for growth and development for this diverse region. I think there's no questions about this. The e-commerce negotiations and the market access and the development of rules for digital trade, if successful, I believe it's going to be very important and very helpful for the economic development of Asian countries, considering it has a very different kind of growth. The resources, the structures needed for this kind of opportunities very different from what has come before. I mean, in the economic sense. So for the diverse Asian countries, as Professor Drake has earlier mentioned, Japan, Australia, Singapore, if we count Australia as Asian countries, of course, they are the co-conveners of the JSI. So they participate very actively on these areas, and they are on the position to push for they are wishing for the success, of course, of this negotiation. And for China, as mentioned earlier, they have a very different approach. At the beginning, they are reluctant. They criticize the initiative, but later they decided to join. But they have a very different approach. They have a very different directions for these negotiations. As Professor Drake earlier mentioned, they are more focused on the national sovereignty, the digital sovereign side. But of course, China will benefit immensely if the e-commerce negotiation is concluded successfully, because they are very big on e-commerce. So they push on the e-commerce, traditional, I should say, traditional e-commerce side, but they are not so much for the data flows because they have other considerations. And we can also see Indonesia, who has some very good development in e-commerce platforms within their territory, and also they have some rules they have developed similar to China's. They want to regulate more heavily in these areas, and they have their own ideas about the directions of these negotiations. And similarly, Vietnam is another very important country in this regard. Then India, on the other side of the spectrum, criticized heavily with these negotiations, and the outcome of the initiative will affect them very much. And Taiwan, of course, Roy is going to talk about the impact of the negotiations to Taiwan. But also, there are many developing and LDCs in Asia as well. And of course, the JSI, at the beginning, they have include this concern. The negotiations should take into account their needs. But of course, as we can see, they do not participate very actively in the negotiations due to capacity restraints, due to other issues. So the outcome, even though like Neha earlier includes several important negotiation objectives, the development in the digital development is one of the areas for negotiations, but with less participations from developing countries and these developed countries, it could have some concerns. So we can see that there are different levels of development needs and regulatory emphasis between those countries. And so it is very difficult at this stage to see how the negotiation is going to turn out. But one concern will be the initiative is about digital trade. So it is actually the topic of negotiations. The mandate is about the trade-related aspect. But its relationship with the concerns of digital development is one area that is many scholars have some concerns in these areas, because the market access and the rules developed in the initiative, the e-commerce negotiations, is it going to be helpful for the development? That is a very big question. Just as I earlier mentioned, because there's less involvement for the least developed countries, for the developing countries, so it could have some that it is not fully taken care of. If that is the case, then the outcome of the plurilateral negotiations may be something that make it even more difficult to achieve. Because as I mentioned, the final legal structure of the negotiation, the plurilateral agreement, what it is going to be, it is not certain, I believe, at this stage. So, for example, is it going to be an MFN-style plurilateral agreement? So it is going to be open. So, so if for these 86 countries, 86 members, or even more in the future, are they going to open or offer those market benefits to other members who doesn't participate or join these plurilateral agreements? So if it is going to be an MFN1, then it means that even though there are countries that didn't participate, but they still can get the benefits, the market benefits, or all kinds of other rules provided of this negotiation. Then of course that is good, but that is good for those countries who doesn't join. But some of the other WTO members who join and they provide market access, they may have concerns. They may not be willing to do that. But if it is going to be a closed plurilateral agreement, then it will it is going to need consensus from all of the WTO memberships for it to take effect. But if that is the case, then all of the other countries that didn't participate, what is it for them? Why do they want to accept and agree to this closed plurilateral agreement, which benefits only provided to all of the countries who is in it? Going to be more difficult. So that is something that we have to consider, and which is also related to the diverse situations in Asia. Now, of course, I have also there's another interesting point about customs duties, as Neha has mentioned earlier, and some of the countries, apparently like India, who doesn't, who has a very different ideas about the definitions of electronic transmissions, and also that is also has a very serious implications for the Asian countries, because if, like Neha mentioned, it's about revenues, of course, but it is also directly related to our countries going to treat foreigner equally. Is it 100% benefit, as some of the countries argued? So, for example, when it comes to international trade in goods, the physical goods, tariffs is some policy that is accepted, and it is okay to use tariffs to favor domestic industries, the only way that actually is accepted. Then when it comes to digital content, when it is when I download a digital song over the internet, why is it getting a benefit without tariffs? Instead, the physical product needs to get tariffs. So that is something that we need to also think about, the non-discriminatory effect in this and their implications for the Asian countries. And one issue is about the implications or the perspectives of Asian negotiations in this regard. And RCEP, of course, is one of the most important regional, as Professor Drake earlier mentioned, one of the important agreements. And those, as I can see, represents various kinds of the diverse Asian countries, and includes Australia, Japan, and Singapore, and also include China and some of the other developing countries. And if we compare RCEP with CPTPP, we can see several differences, which also at least represent some of the consensus among those Asian countries, the developed and also developing and least developed countries. First of all, it is not enforceable. It cannot be subject to state-to-state dispute settlement. So the force of the electronic commerce chapter in RCEP is much lower. And there's no provision on source code. So apparently some countries in RCEP, they are opposed to this because they need to obtain this policy space. And also the exceptions to the requirements of free flow of data and localization rules are much relaxed compared to CPTPP. So from this, we can see the different approach to the e-commerce, and we can also think that it is something that is very interesting, and from here we can know some directions of e-commerce. But also one important issue will be the relationship between the e-commerce chapter in the RCEP and the services and investment chapters, because those are interrelated and some areas are covered. So we don't actually know the actual impact until we saw the commitments in the service investment chapters. And also, it should be the case that the obligations on the RCEP doesn't affect the obligations in the WTO. So how it is going to be is very interesting. But one thing that I should mention is in the RCEP, they have this understanding about the moratorium, the 1998 moratorium about the prohibitions, temporary one, on the duties on electronic transmissions. They are linked to the WTO. So not linked to the JSI, but linked to the ministerial conference. So in the future, if WTO has, have different attitudes in the ministerial conference, then RCEP is going to change as well. So that's, I think I'll stop here for now, and I look forward to later discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was excellent. There's a lot to talk about here. Obviously, these are big, complicated issues. All of us have gone over 10 minutes. So I would encourage, if possible, those who remain to try to stick to 10 so that we can allow enough time for discussion with the audience, who I can't see, but I understand is there. So, okay, let's go to next, Roy, to hear about what's happening for the Taiwanese angle. Roy?
Thank you, Bill. And I catch your warning point. I'll keep my presentation very concise. I'm going to bring in a different perspective. At the very essence of this debate between digital trade rules, different grouping, different categories of digital trade rules, I see it as a debate or the tension between domestic regulation with trade rules. And this is not the first time that is happening. Let me just turn on to the next page. This is a recent APEC survey on the regulatory objectives of 21 APEC economies on the reasons why they are imposing restrictions on cross-border data flow. As you can see, number one objective across all these 21 countries is to ensuring privacy protection. And it is followed by internet access and control and security concerns, financial regulation, and of course, other reasons. Now, why I'm bringing this perspective is because when we talk about, when we negotiate trade disciplines, we are talking about the elimination of unjustified regulations that impede trade. But not all regulations are unjustified. Let's take, for example, tariff. Tariff is a 100% trade barrier because it is a discriminatory measure, a discriminatory tax levied only on imported goods. So the sole purpose of tariff is to protect local products by increasing the cost of imported products. So it is a protectionism measure, and it has to be eliminated. Now, let's take another extreme example, food safety regulations. Now, if imported food is checked on the border and found unsafe, the entry of that product will be prohibited. So the power of this restriction is even much larger than tariff. Because when, in terms of tariff, if you are willing to pay the tariff, then you can still access to the market. In terms of food safety, if you are found unsafe, you will be turned back to your home country. So the impediment to trade on food safety is much significant than tariff. Yet we accept, tolerant, and agree that all countries should have the right to regulate food safety. So the debate about making new trade rules on digital trade is really about how we accommodate justified regulatory measures versus eliminating unjustified protectionism-based practices and regulations applied to the digital world. So that's the, I think, at the center of the whole process, center of the debate between regulation, the right to regulate versus trade rules to liberalize digital trade. Now, this is a very trade people perspective. As you can see, APEC measures the number of data flow restrictions in all 21 APEC numbers by the level of restrictiveness. So implicitly, this data is indicating that the higher number of restrictions, the least liberal this specific country is. So this is a trade people perspective. It has no internet governance, it has no regulatory objective perspective, right? So there's a risk if we allow this group of people to negotiate a trade rules for us, right? I'm a trade people, right? Okay, so just to be clarified, I'm not saying that we are all bad people, but I'm saying we should be accommodating more of much broader objectives outside trade liberalization. Now, the GSI groupings, Neha has already provided a very comprehensive issue categorization. I counted there are 12 different groups of issues, right? But really, if you look at the GSI, and also look at CPTPP and US-led FTAs, and the EU-based FTAs, and China-based FTAs, you can basically, my basic categorization is that there are at least 3 different groupings. The first group is, of course, the so-called US-based approach. That is liberalization with exceptions. Liberalization of digital trade with exceptions on security, privacy protection. Now, the second grouping is what I refer here as the EU-based approach. That is ensuring privacy, data, and all other consumer protection with exceptions. So liberalization is only accommodated if protection of consumer is ensured. Right. The last grouping is what I refer here as the China approach. That is facilitate trade. Let's put it more straightly. Let's keep our economy grow. Let's pursue growing, but keep other things to each country. So that is without interfering the so-called internet sovereignty or the larger economic sovereignty of each country. As you can see immediately, the hidden agenda, not really hidden, the explicit agenda behind these 3 groupings, right? So the confusion of the GSIs, there are too many proposals. And we cannot really see what is the objective, what is the agenda they are trying to achieve. We see conflicting proposals, different objectives cannot accommodate each other. And there's a lack of coordination with the open-ended scoping, so everybody can send you a proposal without really understanding which category and what part of the agreement is going to accommodate each country's proposal. My understanding, there are more than like 20, 30 different proposals. Lack of framework, we don't really understand what the final goal of the GSI is pursuing. Are we pursuing a trade facilitation agreement, or are we pursuing a hardcore disciplines on unjustified trade barriers, or are we just creating a framework that is going to promote or underpin future works? We're not sure. Last one is the lack of leadership. So there's no major player like US, EU, or China that is actually pursuing strongly or advocating strongly on any one of these major debates. So, but there are experiences from the WTO. For example, in the TBT and the SPS agreements, which address exactly product and food safety issues, it touched basically upon the harmonization between domestic regulation versus trade liberalization. There are at least 4 principles that will be able to harmonize the tension. The first is to follow international standards. So if you follow international standard to test your pork, then you are safe. If you want to adopt domestic testing criteria for imported food, then you have to justify it with evidence-based risk assessment. And the next one will be necessity test. So all regulations should be kept to the area, scope of necessary. Right. The last one is transparency. So all countries have to disclose their these domestic regulations, so that stakeholders can understand the environment, the regulatory regimes that each is facing. Now, APEC is doing some efforts to achieve some of the objectives. For example, under the CBPR, the cross-border privacy rules, it provides a kind of certification scheme for companies to apply for the certification. So if you are CBPR certified company, that means you have a standard procedure to ensure your data is protected. So it's a kind of creating regional standards. And they are confidence building process through dialogues and exchange. And finally, they are a new wave of standardization process. Actually, it all happened in this year. There are two new digital economy agreements that were signed and concluded by Australia, Chile, New Zealand, and Singapore. I think they are setting kind of precedent about how regional efforts and even multilateral efforts can be achieved by reducing the tension between regulation and trade disciplines. So finally, Taiwan, not really only in the GSI, but really in the process of digital rule trade making, we are seeing a lot of uncertainties, unsureness about our position, and unprepared. Let me briefly touch upon the reasons. First of all, digital opportunity, everybody agrees that digital opportunity is important for growth, especially for a very small country like Taiwan. But currently, Taiwan's participation in these activities are more like an observer rather than participating members. And why we're not participating? First of all, we don't really know our position. We don't really know from Taiwan's for example, internet governance perspective, what kind of categories should be what approaches should be Taiwan more inclined to. We're not sure. We don't know what's from our industry interest, which grouping. Should Taiwan follow the EU-based approach or the US-based approach or even the China-based approach? We're not sure. Because there's a lack of professional, dedicated coordination agents. As we already heard some remarks during the lightning talks, currently, all these negotiations are undertaken by the Ministry of Economic Affairs. So they look at the issues from a very trade perspective. So less restriction means better liberalization. So they are all pursuing to reduce restrictions without understanding some of the restrictions are actually justified and might be necessary to ensure a sound internet or digital environment. And this is something that is really missing from Taiwan's internal discussions. NCC, National Communication Commission, is not really involved. They say they say that we are only involved with the telecom. We are not the internet people, right? So don't ask me. National Development Ministry, they are involved in all kind of development tasks, but they don't really know digital economy. No, I'll skip. I'm not going to criticize anyone. They're all good people, but not well informed and don't really understand the the situation in Taiwan. So finally, we have a lot of hope on the digital ministry, but I'm not sure whether it is within the jurisdiction of the digital ministry. But let's cross our finger and hope the digital ministry will take some of the coordination works. So Taiwan become a participating member with well-informed decision, rather than just a kind of observer and looking at a very chaotic process without understanding what is the best position for Taiwan. Thank you. Bill, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. That's excellent and very clear and concise. So all good on all fronts. And a little bit controversial too. So that should make things fun. Okay, let's round out the panelists with Erica, and then we can go to discussion with the people in the room. Erica, go ahead.
Bill, thank you so much. And hello to everyone. Just let me make a few points so that you have a little bit of understanding. I was a member of the European Parliament, speaker on trade issues. I negotiated on behalf of the Parliament the GATS agreement and the beginning of the bilateral trade agreements, which I very much favored, and the TRIPS agreement on access to medicine and on e-commerce as well. So just some background. I figured out that maybe to free some time for Bill, I just summarize very briefly a few points which came up during the discussion again and again and again. So the first, what we have to keep in mind, we are talking about a GATS plus agreement and about a plurilateral agreement. Plurilateral agreement, coalition of the willing, so those countries who don't want to join, they don't have to join. The second, what came up again is the competition between different composition of countries. On one side, the European Union with a high set of regulatory standards, the United States with a high set of companies which are dominant players in the e-commerce world, China, very similar to some degree like China, more interest in the cybersecurity and digital security environment, and then many times different developing countries were mentioned. And I just like to remind you that this is a conflict which we have seen since many, many years. So the BRIC countries, in this case excluding China, typically tend to take a different position, primarily because their markets are less developed. Then the other topic which was discussed was about the disparity between global regulation and between domestic regulation. So the question in GATS would be about how national treatment provisions would be defined and how much space is given to domestic legislation. Typically, I would recommend not to worry too much about these kind of issues because you have a plurilateral agreement and you have a lot of flexibilities actually to define your domestic environment. Some concern was raised with regard to how tariff rules can be defined, how data protection rules can be preserved in this environment, and how, with regard to custom duties, provision can be defined. I believe this is all possible in a plurilateral agreement. I don't expect major problems actually arising, the conflict between national treatment provision and a more global agenda. And then the last point I want to make, if you talk about e-commerce, I think you need to take into consideration if you wait too long, if you continue to wait before you shape this environment, you don't have to do it anymore in the future anyhow, because you will have the world divided in dominant players in the e-commerce environment. Doesn't matter if it's goods or services, or what some countries call content. It doesn't matter because you will have player primarily from China and from the US dominating this environment, and in certain niche markets it will be players from different countries. So I believe you have a kind of urgency. If you want some kind of rules established and some kind of principles established, I believe you have some kind of urgency. Otherwise, the world will be shaped without these countries who are less dominant right now. What are some solutions I heard saying? I believe, and this is a very established process in the World Trade Organization and within GATS, to work more with equivalent measures, which then will be manifest in certification, which would mean you have different standards, but in certifying that your different standard is equivalent to understand to other standards across the globe, you would be able to actually export your good or your service. I believe that's an established procedure and shouldn't be too difficult to find agreement. Much harder will be market access. If you start talking about market access, it will be much harder, and you will need to have a lot of provisions included in the national treatment environment. Because just take China, for example, I can't imagine that China would accept a provision that would argue all foreign countries would have to have the same right of equal access to their country that their companies have to other countries. That's an ideal scenario, but I think we need to include a kind of time frame to allow this. With regard to market access, and it was mentioned by some of the speakers, you have to look at the balance. And you want to have some clauses included which would allow developing countries or latecomers into the e-commerce environment to have a time frame they can work with before all of the provisions which would set up for developed countries would be applied to them as well. So that's something you have to work with. And then the last point I heard was about domestic regulation versus trade. I believe that's a quite well framed environment already in the GATS. I think you can rely on many provisions which are already accepted and which are quasi-standards. You will have to work on the transparency issue. The last speaker mentioned this. And you have to ensure that national treatment and domestic regulation is well reflected in how international law or international standard are referenced to. So these are my points I would make, picking up topics which came up again and again. Bill, and back to you.
Thank you, Erica. That was excellent synthesis, and it left us room for some discussion as well, so that's fantastic. I tell you what, why don't I pose one question to all of you very briefly, just to get the juices going, and I hope people in the audience will be thinking about questions that they want to come up and ask. We've got about 20 minutes. So let me just say this to people. One of the concerns, I think, for a lot of people who come from the internet governance environment is, we're used to open multi-stakeholder kinds of processes with things being very inclusive, transparent, and so on. And here you have a situation where governments are going off and negotiating behind closed doors in a way that's not transparent and inclusive. And one of the concerns is whether or not the kinds of concerns that are really very central to internet governance people will be brought into the conversation and will shape the discussion. I would note, for example, in April of 2019, Taiwan submitted an interesting proposal into the JSI that inter alia called for provisions on openness of the internet, saying the internet should remain free and open for all legitimate commercial and development purposes, and that internet access should be open, and that consumers should be able to use any services applications of their choice. But this kind of language has not been central to a lot of the conversation. So I would just briefly like to go around the table and get a view from each of you. How can internet governance people interface with this process and try to encourage government to ensure that any agreement that we pursue does serve the purposes of preserving an open and free internet? Can we just go around real quickly, Saifan? No, sorry. Why don't we just go in order? Neha, what do you think about that?
It's a very tough question. I wish I could. Well, I would say that part of it has to do with, so just in terms of what has been going on at the JSI, New Zealand, I think a few weeks back submitted, or maybe a few months back, submitted a proposal where they said that all negotiating texts for the JSI agreement should be made public, because there is no harm in doing so. Most countries anyway make their position transparent through the FTAs, once those FTAs are in place, and that would not affect how the negotiation happened within the WTO anyway. So I would say just transparency from the WTO to the extent feasible. I mean, being from the trade world, I understand the importance of doing certain things behind closed doors. But I also see the importance of engaging on issues where trade people at the WTO are not experts, to engage with the right people, get the right answers. So I agree with you. I think there is more openness today at the WTO than a few years back. A lot of people within the Secretariat routinely engage in internet governance debates. But I think just making the documents more, transparent would give an opportunity for civil society people and internet governance people to provide their contributions, in whichever form that is possible, and that could be then taken into account. So, that's what I can suggest.
Thanks, Neha. I certainly agree with you. I mean, frankly, I think it's madness. I mean, I know trade people well, and I know the way they work. It's one thing to say that you have to negotiate commitments to each other behind closed doors. I give you access for my bananas, you give me access to your banking. But why the design of the rules should be a closed door process is an entirely different question. Saifeng, what do you think?
Right, I think based on Roy's category, I'm also one of the trade people. And if we look at the negotiations of the JSI, and we can see that some countries, they show their difficulty in understanding of some of the proposals. Some of the proposals are too technical for many of the members to understand, especially for developing countries. So that shows the importance, not just to know what the internet governance people need, but also as a trade people, when we are doing negotiations, they definitely need the input and help with the internet governance people. Otherwise, it's difficult to get to know the technical issues. So I think that should be both ways. Otherwise, if it's always closed, then it's going to be not really going to function very well.
I agree that the expertise of internet people is not being brought to bear in the meeting. Roy, what do you think?
Let me answer backwards. Let me start with the open internet proposal that Taiwan joined other countries to submit to the GSI discussion. My understanding is that it is not internet governance approach. It is actually a market access approach. So when we submit a proposal, we are thinking about countries like China, where internet was restricted. Access from foreign websites, commercial and non-commercial websites were restricted because of security and political considerations. So from the trade perspective, it is a market access clause rather than internet governance to accommodate internet governance. But the key is the unintended consequence or intended consequence of that proposal is actually to bring this the objective of trade in line with internet governance, the objective internet governance is pursuing. So come back to your first question, Bill, I fully agree that dialogue, interaction with much broader stakeholders are the key here in this in the discussion of creating a plurilateral or even multilateral disciplines on digital trade. And currently, I think the dialogue is quite very limited, especially in countries like Taiwan, where the dialogue is very specific, dedicated to mostly trade-related stakeholders. Internet government people are not really participating fully in the process. So yes, there's more efforts need to be done in the process. Thanks.
Yeah, I did a project on this for World Economic Forum and tried to foster some dialogue between the two communities. And I have to say that the trade people really are not so excited about having outsiders come in, even though they know that they don't have the technical expertise to really talk in an informed way about source code and so on. So it's very frustrating. Erica, a final thought?
Yeah, Bill, I maybe have a little bit more sympathy for the trade negotiators because it's already always quite complex to negotiate these kind of agreements. And if you broaden the outreach, it becomes even more complicated. And many, negative examples you can, when you look back into the history, many agreements were not negotiated to the end because of a too broad outreach. So I'm less worried about the outreach if you talk about, internet experts, etc. But in general, if this idea you have a broad participatory outreach, it can complicate things because people with a lot of concern then jump the bandwagon, which are not always expert in either the trade or the internet environment, and then it becomes super complex. And there's a certain period then where you can't stop that the concerns will become more dominant, and then typically negotiations will stop. So I think if the two sides can find together the internet expert and the trade expert, this would be an ideal scenario, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Understood. It would definitely be complex. Okay, we've got a few minutes. If there are people in the audience who would like to stand up and say something, please come to the microphone, say who you are, be concise. And I tell you what, just to make sure we get as many people as possible, let's just take the questions all together, and then we'll go around the panel for a final tour at the top to answer them all.
Hi,
do we have any line?
Yeah, you got one. My name is Ken Yim. I'm the organizer. I take this opportunity to meet all of you. I have been writing emails to you for months, but I never see you. It's great to finally meet you in person. I was a trade law student when I was at the graduate school. I remember I studied WTO and the NAFTA for 2 years, but time has left. Not much left in my mind, but I have more knowledge in internet and the internet law now. And taking back what has been happened recently, especially in Taiwan, Taiwan government has been trying to enact more statute with extraterritorial effect. For example, we are requesting offshore digital service providers to pay VAT tax in Taiwan. They are required to appoint a local agent in Taiwan and issue invoice and pay tax for their service provided to Taiwanese residents. While the JSI is still discussing, but our government has been collecting tax from offshore digital service provider. So I'm wondering whether that's WTO compliant or that's something JSI will further deal with. I actually have same question as GDPR. GDPR also has extraterritorial effect, and it actually apply to everyone who want to do business with individuals located in EU. Would that also certain like of trade barriers that EU made for everyone else in the rest of the world? So that's my questions. Thank you.
Great to see you, and two very good questions. Thanks.
This is Guo Wei-Wu, and I'm not the WTO or the trade expert at all, but listen to your presentation. I kind of agree with Eric Mann say. The point is here is if you look at the current status, the global internet company, the top 20, only in the two countries, in the United States and China. And the problem is you can see that those of American big internet company or China big internet company, they are not only dominate in the US or in China, they also dominate in many places. For example, even in Taiwan, they go through all kind of legal possible through the overseas license or company and set up their operation in here, and also in South Asia, Asian country. So if the WTO not going to come out with, the consensus of agreement as soon as possible, that will be too late, because those of the big dominant company already around in everywhere, and they already don't care what your agreement is.
Thanks a lot. Very interesting question. Yes.
Okay. Kenny Huang, Chairman of CTLMNIC and the Chair of IDN, ICANN CCTLD PTP process. And just one comment, one question. The first comment is, if you're talking about internet governance people and also digital trade, and I think that's totally conflict of policy decision model, because internet governance is talking about multi-stakeholder, that's a bottom-up decision-making process. And for digital trade, I believe, or traditional trade, probably is a very top-down decision-making process. So based on that kind of contradictory from the decision model, I don't think there's not probably potential room for dialogue, but I don't see any easy way to merge the two opinions, put it together, or put it in the same venue. Probably still need to explore more room to see how to merge the two concepts from the two different models. The first question is, I still heard different, probably different requirements regarding to digital trade. For example, like from, at least from another additional, in addition to the regime you're talking about, I heard at least another 3 regimes. One is from open data advocacy. For example, they're talking about open data cross-border policy, and so they try to encourage all the governments to open the data as long as it is open, remain open within their own jurisdiction. That's from open data advocacy. The second regime is from cybersecurity. For example, like the US government just proposed a clean network, such as a clean cable, clean path, that make sure everything from supply chain should be clean. That's another regime, probably will highly correlate to the data flow as well. And the third regime is come from data safety, especially from cyber jurisdiction. People talking about where the data from, how we protect the data. Should we rely on the local jurisdiction we need to respect the jurisdiction from the data source. So how you consider the different concept, making more complicated when you're talking about issue like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we take one more and then just go back to the panel?
Okay. My name is Ken Win Shi, and today is a great honor to be invited to the podium. And I have a question for Mr. Zhaifang Quan. As you indicated that there might be some, a lot of implication for Taiwan to take into the consideration of the digital development. What's your suggestion about Taiwan's key strategy? What kind of group that we should join? Like you mentioned about India or China or other countries in Asia, like Vietnam. Which country might be, maybe in a more technical sense, which country that we should join that group to enter into further discussion? And what kind of sector of service under the WTO framework should we be, our government urge this semiconductor industry or cloud computing industry to represent the majority of Taiwan's business organizations. So to summarize that, which country for Taiwan's maybe for future negotiations we should join in, maybe in which group? And second is about the sector that you think is the key or targeted sector that Taiwan's government should urge to put more efforts in digital trade negotiation.
Thank you very much. So we've had 4 very good, concise and clear questions. We're running out of time. I don't know if the organizers will allow us to go a couple of minutes over, but I'm not there. But let's go around the table and people just pick up on whichever the questions you want and offer 30 seconds in response, maybe.
Bill, can I just first jump in? Because on the question of the WTO consistency of the VAT tax, my center has offered a formal analysis on that for the Taiwanese government. The conclusion is 100% consistent. Simply because the WTO rules on domestic taxation regime is, as long as you are non-discriminatory, then it is consistent with the WTO rules. So the current VAT regime applying to offshore e-commerce operators is non-discriminatory. Of course, the de facto effect of that implementation might face some debate, but the system itself, and it is actually consistent with the OECD guidelines on offshore e-commerce operation on VAT. So I'll stop. I'll just answer this question. Thank you.
Okay. Actually, I think there were some other questions that were sort of to you also, Roy, but well, let's just go around and if there's time, you can jump back in. Saifan, you want to say something?
For all the questions? Okay, without particular order, first of all, I agree with Erica about the urgency of it, and I also agree with Chairman Wu about this, the dominant development. It is something actually also outside of the control of individual country, because the big tech, because of these special, it's very different kind of competition compared with traditional competitions. So the people actually like to use them. It's not like they limit the supply, so we have no choice. In a lot of situations, the consumers, they like to use those. So the governments need to focus on, I think, to ensure that there's alternatives, possibilities. If there's a new companies which can provide competitions, we should support those instead of allowing companies to purchase those. And so the rules in this regard should focus on those, but perhaps it is not sufficiently focused. I also agree with Roy about the consistencies. Some countries try to do similar things or more serious taxations for service taxes, like India, like some of the other countries. And the United States is very unhappy about it, and they wanted to do Section 301 investigations on those. And but the current WTO rules is probably fine as long as there's no discriminations on that part. But of course, the Americans, they are arguing, for example, about Indian service tax. The argument is that they have the de facto, in fact, they are targeting United States companies. That's another discussions. And about the GDPR, perhaps there's some discussion about whether it gets consistent. It depends on certain sectors, depends on the modes of, but the major issues may be the adequacy decisions about with regard to the implications of the MFN obligations. So if a country which is provides similar protections to, for example, Japan, but doesn't get adequacy decisions, it could have an argument. There could be an argument that could have some problem with non-discrimination. But of course, EU doesn't accept that. That is one argument. And about Hui Ying's questions, which group should we participate? That's Roy's earlier question. The government doesn't know. Then I don't think I can just answer. There's a question, but I just want to say that it involves a lot of questions other than e-commerce. So for our government, when we try to decide which group to join, a lot of geopolitical issues, not just the internet governance or not just the trade interests involved. I think I will answer to those questions. Thank you.
Okay, great. Neha, do you have something quick that you could throw in?
Just I think Sci-Fi already covered many things. Just on the competition, I mean, a lot of questions were around competition and tech platforms and what to do about it. I'll just like to remind that the WTO membership had decided a while back, a long time back, that they would not include competition law within its mandate. And a lot of the answers are in competition law, so I don't know what the capacity of the WTO would be to deal with those issues. And even when you look at like the CPTPP has a competition chapter, but if you look at it, it won't really be very effective in dealing with some of the issues with respect to platform dominance in the digital sector. So I don't see many solutions on that front coming from the WTO.
Thank you, Neha. Erica, final word from you?
Few comments. And Kenny, I believe if one focuses on a narrow set of digital trade rules, I believe one can make progress. There will be very likely a new government, US government, and I expect them to look into these issues with fresh eyes. The European Union will be willing to look into it because they see more export opportunities in certain sectors than previously. And of course, many other players are interested in the topic. So my advice is focus on a narrow set of digital trade rules, and it should be possible to achieve something. Keep in mind the mind of trade negotiators and internet negotiators as very similar. Both have a very technical mindset, so it shouldn't be too complicated. My final point will be the lady. She was the second to put the question forward. She mentioned she sent us emails. I was trying to find it, couldn't. Maybe she could resend it to this group or to the organizer of the session, and then we can review it again. I wasn't understanding her question, so would like to see it. Back to you, Bill.
Okay, thank you, Erica. As the American on the panel, I just want to say it's not that we will likely have a new government. We will have a new government, and thank God for that. So I'm
a diplomat, Bill, so I'm always cautious.
So the Constitution will hold. So listen, everybody, we're a little over time. Obviously, we could talk for a lot longer, but I know you have another session or something to go to, so we should stop. Thank you for hanging in there with us all. Thank you to all the panelists and all the audience members. I thought it was a very good session. So thanks much.
在教室门口与报道台有张贴 QR code， 请各位贵宾扫描，协助填写满意度调查表。
好，非常感谢各位哈。那今年的2020台湾网络论坛治理论坛年会就到这边算是功德圆满正式结束哦。那在活动结束的时候啊，我们其实除了外面还有备一些甜点。一些小东西可以给大家享用之外呢，我们接下来时间，如果大家还有兴趣继续交流的话，也可以继续利用这个场地，大概还有一些时间， 我们彼此可以 social 一下。那在另外也提醒各位哈，就是帮我们填一下我们的满意度问卷，然后另外如果有一些议题想要继续再讨论下去的话，也麻烦可以到我们台湾网络治理论坛在 Facebook 有一个社团的，那叫做 TWIGF。那就欢迎大家参加这个社团，然后并且把你的问题或者是你所看到的一些不管是资料也好啦，都可以在社团里面跟大家一起交流。好，那我们明年再见，谢谢大家。